Good morning. You hear me all right? Yeah? Okay. Coming through. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our regular monthly council meeting for September. I'm going to call the meeting to order. I notice there's still a few people joining us on Zoom. But I'll just first call the roll. In the meeting room itself today, we have Councillor Janice Bray and myself, Mayor Comrie. Councillors Nash and Woods are joining us via Zoom today. And Councillor Lamb will not be with us. Likely he is traveling today. So we also have with us staff in the room, our Deputy Clerk, Wendy Schroeder, who will be clerking today, our Planning Assistant, Paula Macri, our Fire Chief, Bob Whitman, and there will be some other staff members joining us later on during the day. And we have a guest who is, I'll introduce in a few minutes, who's going to present. But first, we'll start off as we usually do with the playing of our national anthem, and we'll invite you to stand if you're able. Thank you. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I will now ask if any councillor has a pecuniary interest to declare in today's proceedings. Okay, thank you. Let the record show that none was declared. So first item of business, we need a motion to approve the agenda as circulated, as presented. Could I get a mover and seconder, please? It's moved by Councillor Bray.
I can second that, Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, I do have one question, if I could, before we do the vote.
Go ahead.
It was a simple one. As Councillor Lamb is traveling today and not here, when I looked at the closed agenda, I didn't see anything on there that had, I believe, any relevance of importance from a timeline course, there's important items in closed, but from a timeline point of view, and given a couple of the items, I thought it might be best if we defer it until Councillor Lamb is at the next meeting in October. So I don't know if other members of council would be willing to do that, as they aren't time sensitive. That was all.
Okay, I wonder, maybe we can defer that until we get to that point in the agenda. Councillor Lamb did indicate that depending on where he is, he might be able to join, and what time it is, of course, when we get there, he might be able to join us for that via Zoom for that part of the meeting.
Oh yeah, that would be fine if we want to wait until then, and if he's not available, maybe we can think to defer it. But if he is available, then fine. So carry on then. That's fine.
Yeah, let's do that and see how the day plays out, if that's all right. Okay. So are you are you and Councillor Woods? I guess we need to hear your voices that you're
Councillor Woods, yes.
You're in favor.
Councillor Nash, yes.
All right, thank you. That motion is carried. We have an agenda. And the first item on that agenda is a presentation / delegation. And I'm just going to get it up here. And it is actually the presentation is on behalf of 3 OHFC members, snowmobile clubs that have trails in the municipality of Whitestone, and some of which are on municipal property. And we have with us this morning Bill McNeese, who is the president of Dunomic Snow Riders, and he's representing the 3 snowmobile clubs, which are Dunomic, the Cramadog Snow Riders, and Carling Trailblazers, because they all have this same request of us, which I think you'll find is fairly simple. But anyway, I'm going to invite Bill to come up to the microphone. Welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning. And he will give us an overview of what it is that they're asking us to do.
Red is on. Red is on, not green. Okay.
The floor is yours, Bill. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for allowing us to present today. As mentioned, my name is Bill McNeese, and I'm with the Dunomic Snowmobile Club, but I'm representing Cramadog Snowmobile Club as well as Carling Trailblazers Snowmobile Club. And we are 3 of 8 clubs that make up the district, the Parry Sound District 10. In Ontario, there's 16 different districts with 179 clubs in total. And the OFSC, as you mentioned, the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs, they've had a policy in place, an insurance policy in place for a very long time that covered landowners in the event of an incident. I'm not aware, I've only been involved with the club for about 10 years, and I'm not aware of a claim to a landowner in Ontario. So it's typically the OFSC that's sued when there is an incident, and they do happen. So we have a risk management team and lawyers that we contract with to resolve those claims. It was the risk management department who introduced a software program, I'm going to say 3 years ago, but the clubs, it was to be used to help manage your landowner use permits, or MOUs, memorandums of understanding. So some of us entered our MOUs, what we had that went back 20, 30 years, and thought that we had done our good job, and kudos were had all around until the updated maps that they provide to us showed that there were many spots where MOUs weren't in place. And typically for the last 40 years, we've had verbal permission from townships, hydro, MNR, all kinds of different property owners who didn't want to sign an MOU, but they didn't mind the trail going through. And so risk management department has determined that that wasn't good enough and that we needed to have an MOU for every piece of trail that we're responsible for. So being the litigious environment that we're in today, it obviously makes a lot of sense. It also, once the MOU signed, it also helps the landowner, one of which I'm one of, by an annual certificate of insurance showing the landowner as an additional insured. So the municipality of Whitestone would be an additional insured on our policy and have a document before the start of each season to show that. So the three clubs have identified properties that we either travel down, in our case, East Boundary Road for a little piece, but including easements and road allowances. So we might only go across the land for 66 feet, but it's still identified as a requirement for a land use permit. In this case, our club, Dunamic, had 16 different pieces of property. Cramadog Snowmobile Club identified 15 and Carling identified 1, which is, I'm going to say, Kirkland Road along the Hydro Road or line north to Ardbeg. There's one piece that is a Whitestone easement that they cross. The MOU you've seen, there's no expiry date on the agreement because each landowner determines how long they want the agreement for. We've got agreements that go till 2099. We've got agreements that go 5 years, 10 years, and it's up to the municipality what you determine. One thing that I found being responsible for land use permits is that the landowners don't want to see us every year in and out. As long as they get the certificate of insurance, then they're happy to have us there. So that's up to you to identify. So my presence was to give you a little bit of background on how we got here and then answer any questions that I'm able to, if there are any.
Okay, thank you very much, Bill, for that introduction. Are there questions or comments from members of council? Councilor Bray?
Thanks for that, and thanks for the detailed memorandum of understanding in our package. It gives a good idea of what you were looking for. And but I don't have any other questions. It's pretty straightforward, pretty self-explanatory. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Nash or Councilor Woods. Any comments? Questions?
Yeah, Mr.
Nope, I
Mayor.
don't.
Sorry, Councilor Woods, I've got you first.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions. I'd just like to say thanks for the report and the presentation. And I'd just like to make sure that all the volunteers that work with the OFSC and all these clubs, they get the proper thanks that they deserve, because I know that they all do a heck of a lot of work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Nash?
I was going to say something very similar to what Councillor Woods just said, so I'll leave it at that, and thank you for your presentation.
Okay, well, thank you. I will just summarize by again thanking Bill for coming and presenting this to us. I think we all recognize that snowmobiling is an important part of life in Whitestone. And I know it's several of the last few years, it's been a fairly frustrating time for those of us who like to snowmobile, but because we don't get a very long, some years we don't get a very long season, but as has been pointed out, there are a lot of volunteers who work effortlessly in the snowmobile clubs who work effortlessly to try to keep trails open and mark lake trails and do all of these other things that are necessary, for, so that the sport can continue in our area. And so I also think so that's very much appreciated. And I also think it's important from the point of view of the municipality, we would, for our property, we would really like to be named insured under this insurance policy, so that that should something happen on unfortunate accident or whatever happen on municipal property, we then have the added protection of that in addition to our own insurance. And that's a benefit. And I suspect that our insurers, if they knew about this, would ask us, would say, you better sign this. So I think we'll probably agree in a minute when we get to matters arising from the presentation. We'll consider a motion to get these agreements signed. So anyway, thank you again, and
Thank you.
we will now proceed then to the matters arising. Here's the suggested motion. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone supports the area snowmobile clubs and the established trail systems, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone requests staff to bring forward separate bylaws to the October regular council meeting to support entering into memoranda of understanding regarding prescribed snowmobile trail land use permission for the Dunomik Snow Riders Snowmobile Club, the Cramadog Snow Riders, and the Carling Trailblazers. Could I get a mover and seconder for that? Moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by,
I can second that, Mr. Mayor.
thank you, Councillor Woods. Any discussion? If not, I will call the question then. Could I please get hands to indicate who's in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you very much. That motion is carried. Thank you. So now we need a motion to move into committee of the whole to consider one planning item. I get a mover and seconder, please.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Seconded by? Councillor Bray is seconding. Can I call the question? The council move into committee of the whole at its 10:20 a.m.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you very much. We're in favor in the room as well, so that motion is carried. And we are in committee of the whole. So we have one planning item, and it's the applicant is Sean Breer. And we also have on Zoom with us Patrick Christie from the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. Welcome, Patrick, and thanks for joining us. I will ask you if you would like to introduce this item for us. Patrick, are you there? He's muted. There we go.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor. I'm here.
No problem.
Okay. So the rear matter is a triangular parcel of land at Shawniga Lake Road and Lormer Lake Road. The lot is currently zoned rural, and the proposal is to create 3 new lots, 2 of which will be 60-meter lots, which will require a rezoning to the rural residential. There was a pit on this property, and that pit license was surrendered. And there's a small sand pit on the adjacent lands to the north. And this sand pit, the entirety of the land is licensed, but the sand pit itself is about 150 meters from the northern boundary of the subject lands. There are no significant natural heritage features shown on the OP mapping on the subject lands, and this lot is outside of the deer wintering stratum. There is a creek that runs through the retained lands on this property, but the proposed 3 new lots are not only outside of that creek, but outside of a 30-meter buffer from that creek. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant, I don't see the applicant present on Zoom, and he's certainly not in the room. Is the applicant or anybody representing him here at the moment? Okay, doesn't look like it. So I will ask if councilors have questions for, well, for Patrick presumably, about this application.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, if I may.
Go ahead, please.
Thanks. I have 2 questions. The one question is, I believe, Patrick, you'd said that there was an existing quarry that was on the lands which has been surrendered. Am I correct? My understanding?
That is correct. I believe it was a sand pit. That has been, the license has been surrendered.
And if there was a past commercial entity, I'll call it, on the lands, in this case being a gravel pit that had equipment, blasting and everything like that, do we require any type of reports to be done given the fact that there was a licensed commercial gravel pit on the quarry or quarry on the property? I'd be in favor of the severance. I just want to make sure, do we need a report done first? That was all.
It was my understanding, Councillor Nash, through you, Mr. Mayor, that the pit was a sand pit and that license had been surrendered. And I will note that the pit itself was on the retained lands, so it's a significant distance from the proposed severed lots.
Okay. So that was a way for, okay, it's not on the lands that these lots are going on. It's the retained lands. Okay. So that answers that one. And then secondly, would we consider, if there is a commercial operation nearby to these new lots that we're going to rezone to rural residential, I might think it may be in our best interest to have a 5126 agreement or something to that effect, just noting that there is a licensed gravel pit next to these properties, or give the distance away from it so that in the future we won't be hearing from potential buyers of those lands saying, I didn't know there was a quarry nearby. Why do you allow a quarry to be in a residential area? So I might caution ourselves or propose that maybe we add a condition, just the 5126, so that on title it's noted that there is a commercial operation nearby extracting gravel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nash, I believe that a warning can be registered on title anyway. I'm not sure that it needs to be through an agreement, but I believe a warning can be registered on title, just giving any new owner the heads up that there is a licensed pit down the adjacent lands.
Yeah, so maybe if you can direct us, or if staff can direct us on what that warning or how we'd register something. But I do think we should have something as a condition that somehow we notify it on title, if that makes sense. Thank you.
I will just ask our planning assistant if she has any comment on that. I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't have one. But, no.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have samples that we can use. I've seen those
Okay.
in the past.
All right. Okay, she's shaking her head anyway. So, all right, we'll let that. Are there other questions or comments from council about this application? Councilor Bray?
Yeah, mine were about the same, because Patrick, I think you mentioned that the license had been surrendered. Is that true?
The license on the subject lands, yes.
And so if you might not be able to answer this, we may have to go elsewhere for it, but that's fine. If the license has been surrendered, can a new license be acquired?
I don't believe that would be an easy task. No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anything else about this? Councillor Woods, did you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't have any questions, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. I will, I was just, and I'm looking, by the way, at the diagram which is on page 27 of the agenda package. And I believe that you can see on that diagram, it's kind of a brown, it's a topological or a topographic photo that has the yellow lines marking the property on it. You can see the entrance to that. There's a little number 29, and you can see the entrance to what was the sand pit there. I guess the first thing that struck me was that the address of the property currently is on Shawanaga Lake Road, not on Lorimer Lake Road. Clearly the lots, and that's the retained lot, the lot that's proposed to be retained. The three lots that are being severed or proposed to be severed would presumably have road access from the Lorimer Lake Road before it joins Shawanaga Lake Road. But I guess the thing that occurs to me is and I was hoping perhaps that the applicant would be here so that he could answer this question, but I'm wondering if the intent is to subdivide the rest of the retaining portion with another set of consents. And maybe Patrick, would you know? Do you have any idea of what the intent of the applicant is with respect to that? Are we looking at serial consents here to try to make a subdivision?
I am not sure, Mr. Mayor, of the future plans. Certainly the retained lands could be divided again, or could be divided. And I should have pointed out earlier that I'm told by the applicant that the maintenance of Shawanaga Lake Road does end just at the end of this property, so that the whole of the frontage on Lorimer Lake and Shawanaga Lake Road are municipally maintained, I'm told.
So if the applicant had said to you, I want to create, let's say 6 lots there, would you have directed him to submit an application for a plan of subdivision?
I would have had to based on the number of lots alone. But generally, in my experience, plans of subdivision are most appropriate when we're looking at the creation of internal roads when that type of thing is necessary. Not really necessary in this case, and obviously there'd be more studies needed to be done if a plan subdivision was the intent. I believe that there has been environmental studies started on these lands, but there's no environmental features on these lands. I believe if there was to be future consents, then it would have to be looked at as I noted, the creek does go through the retained land.
Okay, thanks. Other than that, though, you don't see any obstacle to any further to further consents if that were to happen in the future.
I do not know.
Okay, well, thank you. I too would suggest, I guess, that there may be some there may be some merit to have something on the title that for these new properties that notes the fact that it is adjacent to commercial development. And it's my understanding that if you go above there's a sort of almost horizontal yellow line there that marks I'm guessing it's the northern or eastern boundary of that property, eastern, I would say, mostly. But the adjacent property to that is in fact zoned commercial and is subject to some development that is proposed to take place immediately. So that's not immediately, but it's in the process of being developed. So for commercial use, so that's another reason besides the gravel pit, the sand pit, why it might be a good idea to make a note of that. I believe this came up at the time of that property being acquired. We had a discussion about that. Some of you will recall a couple of years ago. So anyway, I'm talking about the property north of this one. So in any case, that's all I have to say. Is there anything else? Anyone?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, just wanted to respond to something that was said a few minutes ago, if I might.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All it was I think a question about serial consents or a plan of subdivision. And I know our new planner, MHBC, and the past planner that we had have both said that you can do more than 3 lots at once as a consent. I think at one time, if I remember, I heard there was up to 10 done at once, as long as there's no extension of municipal services, being water, road extensions, those types of things. And that's what we again were told sometime earlier this year by our new planner. I just wanted to say that. I don't think it changes anything in this consent application, but that was all. Thank you. And I do think, Mr. Mayor, you made a good point about the commercial development that could be going next door as well as the gravel pit. So I fully agree with what you said there as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. If there is nothing further, then I believe we can reconvene to a regular meeting. Can I get a mover and seconder to do that, please?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor Wood, seconded by
I'll
Counselor
second
Gray.
that, Councillor
Oh.
Nash.
All right, we got Counselor Nash. Thank you. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone reconvene into a regular meeting at 10:37 a.m. All those in favor, please indicate. We have two in the room on Zoom.
Councillor
Councillor
Nash, yes.
Okay, I heard two yeses. Thank you very much. That motion is carried. And we are back in we're back in a regular meeting. Next we have, next we have a consent agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. We have matters arising from Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Here's the suggested motion. Whereas Patrick Christie, CPT, has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B32/2024 Whitestone. The applicant is 2850490 Ontario Incorporated and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives this memorandum as information and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. And there are four of them. That payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges by law. And two, that the new lots receive 911 addressing from the municipality. And three, that the newly created lots be rezoned from the rural RU zone to the rural residential RR zone. And four, that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. Can I get a mover and seconder for that motion, please?
I'll move
I
that,
can
Mr.
move that.
Okay, I heard Councillor Woods. Was that Councillor Woods?
Yeah, I can second that, Councillor Nash.
And Councillor Nash seconds. Thank you. All right. Any further discussion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just ask if maybe we add that one more condition, a fifth condition, that there be a notice placed on title of the commercial property and the quarry operation.
Okay, so are you moving an amendment then to add a fifth condition?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Oh, thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Bray is seconding, so thank you very much. Just give me 1 second here to 5.1 amendment. I'm just going to capture this. Please bear with me. The mover is Councillor Nash. The seconder is Councillor Bray, and that the council that so I will say that a fifth condition that the following condition be added. Condition be added. And it's item 5. And item 5 was that a notation be added on title.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I tried to say that that the applicant, or that that a notice
A notion be added
posted on-
to the title that of the adjacent commercial and the sand quarry, sand pit, right? Is that
Correct.
wanted?
Yeah.
Be noted
That's
on
it.
title. On title of the and we'll say severed lots, right?
Yeah.
On title to the severed lots of the adjacent commercial property and the existing sand pit on the retained lands. I'll read it again. The amendment is to add this fifth condition. Sorry. I've got a note be noted, I will just say it be noted. It be noted on title to the severed lots if the adjacent, or a notation be added on title, I'm sorry, a notation be added on title to the severed lots of the adjacent commercial property and the existing sand pit on the retained lands. They should be placed in the title. So, can
Mr.
can I-
Mayor, if I might,
yes?
the pit on the retained lands is no longer, so it should be the pit on the adjacent lands.
I'm sorry, say,
The pit on the proposed retained lands is surrendered. So the notation should give notice of the pit on the adjacent lands to the north.
oh, so the pit is actually on the land to the north then, it's not the one that I can see on the diagram. Is that,
The one you can see on the diagram has been surrendered. And so there's also a pit on the West Tech lands that is existing, however small it might be.
okay, so it's on the existing sand pit on the adjacent lands then.
Yes.
All right. Well, we might as well get it correct. Thank you, Patrick. So again, I'm going to read this one more time because it should be. I've got a really messy piece of paper here, but we'll get it cleaned up. So the amendment is that the following condition be added to this consent. A notation be placed on title to the severed lots of the adjacent commercial property and the existing sand pit on the adjacent lands. Is that your motion, Councillor Nash? And are you happy with that?
Yes, the way that it's been worked with there, I'm happy with that.
All right. Councillor Bray? Okay, so let's call the question then if we can on this amendment. All those in favor?
This needs to be
Two
a
and-
recorded vote.
Hmm?
You know,
Oh, sorry, our clerk is reminding me we're supposed to have a recorded vote.
For all,
Because
planning matters.
this is a planning matter,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So I guess we're going to call the question. And our planning assistant will, no, you're going to call the roll?
I can.
All right, so our clerk is going to call the roll and
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
yes,
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
yes.
Thank you. That is carried.
Okay, thanks, everybody. And, thanks, folks, for keeping us on track here. I think we're good to go. So that brings us then back to the motion as amended. And it now has that fifth condition incorporated in it that we just added. So I will just put amendment. So we will once again have a recorded vote on the on this motion as amended.
Thank you. Counselor,
Oh, sorry, Councilor Ray.
Yeah, I just have one question.
Oh,
Are there any municipal fees or costs that we should be looking at in this as well? Over? Oops.
that's a question for our planning assistant, I think. Did you hear the question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there will not be any legal fees extra on this particular severance.
So do we, well, we don't collect any fees on this one. Am I correct in saying that?
The only fees that we'll be collecting is the parkland dedication fee.
Oh, okay, which is already covered. Does that satisfy your question?
Yes,
Councilor Bray?
we had talked earlier about just that sometimes we have some costs that we haven't been recovering that we should be thinking about. So I just wanted to make sure that we looked at that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the cost would have been a section 5126, which we would have asked for fees to be paid.
Thank you.
Just a thought, perhaps in future when we have these, we have, you know, applications or we have motions like this, there would be nothing wrong with saying, with having item 4, and I'm not suggesting we amend this again, right, today, but in future, perhaps the standard clause for number 4 should say that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the Parry Sound Area Planning Board, and all applicable planning, or sorry, be paid to the Parry Sound Area Planning Board and or the municipality of Whitestone. I'm just saying maybe we could capture this in the future so that if it turns out for some reason that there are things like this, because keep in mind, we could at any time ask for a 5126, right? We could do that after the fact if something came up, you know? And so then we would have fees payable there would be fees payable to us, and this would make it clear that the consent, essentially, if you did something like that, then it would make it clear that the consent is saying you gotta pay whatever fees there are associated with your consent. So that's just something to think about. I mean, I'm not suggesting we do a staff direction or we amend this or anything, but just maybe we could sort of have a standard catch for that, and as we go forward. Okay, thanks. So once again, are we ready to call the question then for this motion as amended? Yes? All right. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That is carried.
Okay, thank you. Motion is carried. And now well, let's see, where are we? We can do the consent agenda. Maybe we got maybe time for the consent agenda. And then we might take a break, short break. So here's the suggested motion for the consent agenda. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of 7.1.1 regular council meeting minutes for August 20th, 24. 7.1.2 library board minutes of May 22nd, 2024. And 7.2 unfinished business listed on pages 5 to 7 of the agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. 7.1.1, the regular council meeting minutes of August 20th, 24. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the library board minutes of May 22nd, 2024, and the unfinished business listed on page 5 to 7 of the agenda. Can I get a mover and seconder for that, please? Councillor Bray moves, seconded by,
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
thank you, Councillor Woods. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of accepting and approving the consent agenda?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. We have 2 in favor in the room here, so that motion is carried unanimously. We're moving right along here. And there are no matters arising from the consent agenda, so now we have accounts payable. Okay, I'm getting a request for a short recess, a bio break, get a coffee or something, and we'll keep it to what, 10 minutes or? All right then. So folks online, please bear with us for a couple of minutes and we'll turn off the recording till we're back. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll do it again. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in session. Hopefully everybody can hear me now. And Councillor Woods, Councillor Nash, are you back with us?
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
I am also here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're at item 8 in the agenda, which is accounts payable. Need a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $266,878.64 for the period ending September the 6th, 2024. Who will move that? Councillor Bray is moving, seconded by,
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
thank you, Councillor Woods. Okay, are there any questions or concerning the payables?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, Counselor Nash.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. I have 2 items. The first was on page 60, and it's item number 2407, and it's just lawn and mowers. A bylaw officer for the amount of $3,700. I don't know if the deputy clerk might be able to advise us in a separate email, because I know it might be a closed matter, what that amount pertained to. Just was a larger amount than many months, that's all.
I'll ask our deputy clerk if she has any response.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the answer right here, but I can find that out and follow up in a separate email.
Perfect. And my second question was on page 56, and it was item number 50342, and it's for MHBC, and it was for an amount of 2231. And I just wondering, when it comes to the bills from our planner being to a specific job, is the job not showing on the expense report, or was this an internal fee for work they were doing directly for us? And those are all my questions.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing, you said page 66? Oh,
No,
50
56,
oh,
56.
56, okay, sorry.
Yeah, 503 4269. And I was just wondering, was it an internal planning item, or was it for a specific job? I just didn't see a name next to it. That was all. Thank you.
Okay, I guess that, are you gonna? Our planning assistant will answer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll try to answer that question. The consulting services for MHBC will reflect in my quarterly report in October.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So we'll
thank
get
you,
an
Paula.
answer at the next meeting.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks a lot, Paula. Bye.
And any other questions or comments on payables? If not, let's call the question then. All those in favor of accepting this, of receiving this report. On Zoom?
Yes.
Councillor Woods, yes. Councillor Nash?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's carried. Okay, and that brings us then to staff reports. And there are 4 of them. The first one is 9.1, which is the RFP that was conducted for bylaw enforcement services. And, sorry. Did you have it? I'm looking at our deputy clerk. She has, I don't think she has any comment about that. And our clerk who I guess did the RFP and wrote this report is not with us today. So I don't know. Are there any? Well, I guess we need to start off anyway with a motion to receive the report for information. And then we can have some discussion about what we do about it if you want. So could I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report admin -2024-10 entitled Request for Proposal Contracted Bylaw Enforcement Services RFP number 2024-10. Need a mover and seconder for us to deal with this. Councillor Bray is moving, seconded by,
I can second that, Councillor Nash.
thank you. All right, so you have the report in front of you, and if I were to try to summarize what it says, essentially there was it was done as council had directed, using an RFP. There were no proposals received. However, there were a couple of people who essentially submitted resumes and said, I could do the job. And there was one person who is in our community here who said that who had some relevant experience and but might perhaps, as our clerk has pointed out in her message, might require some further training and some further further training and mentoring, let's say. I'm just trying to give you the my summary of what I read, and so I guess what we would be looking for is some indication of whether council would wish our CAO to pursue that avenue, or whether you would wish to do something different. And I don't know what that difference would be. I mean, I guess we could try to redo the RFP again, but we might end up with the same result. So with that, I will open it for discussion and see if we get any direction for what we think should happen next. Councillor Bray?
Through you, Mr.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Nash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess a couple things. When I read through it, yeah, it was too bad that we didn't receive any RFPs back. My initial thought is, I think for this position, you know, one of two things that we might want to come out of today with. A, you know, if we don't have but somebody come December 31st, will our existing bylaw officer be willing to extend his time by a couple months? So I think that's one question that we should have staff check with our existing bylaw officer on, to see if he's willing to work with us by maybe extending a few months until we can find somebody. With that said, I'd strongly suggest that we put something back out to tender. I know that our website had a little glitch in it at one point if you were searching for tender documents, and I know staff was looking into that, and I think we're addressing that. I'd raised that to staff last week. They were addressing it with the IT person, so we might get a different response if we put it out. And then thirdly, I think that if it comes back and there are no RFPs from corporations or an individual doing it as a consulting service, that once the new RFP closes, that if that's the case and there are no respondents for that, that we talk internally at another meeting about possibly hiring somebody that would be an employee on a part-time basis, and we can go down that avenue. But again, just to summarize, I would suggest we put it back out to tender again. Hopefully we might get more if the website link is working a bit better. And if we don't get anything back, we consider, once that's closed, possible temporary employee for it. So those are my thoughts on it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bray, you were.
Yeah, I actually would agree with what Councillor Nash has said. I didn't realize that the website might have had a glitch in it during this process for looking at proposals, but I would suggest that, yes, if we do not get anybody else, that we then have to look at considering a paid position and see what that entails and the cost for the municipality. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? Councillor Woods or?
Yeah, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be in favor of putting out another RFP. I'm sure there's, well, I think we'll end up finding somebody. I'm hopeful anyways. Because we do kind of need a bylaw officer, but maybe if staff could talk with Mr. Roster and see if he was maybe interested in helping us out even for a month or 2 months to give us a little bit more time, and then deal with what we can from that point after we talk to Mr. Roster and get an answer back from staff.
Okay, thank you. I guess my comment would be that I mean, I have to be honest with you. I had no expectation, whatever, that we would receive a response from a commercial entity to do this. And I would not expect that we would get that if we reissue the RFP again. We probably have time to try it. But I think the most likely scenario is that we would find a person who is interested in doing it. And it would be great if it was someone who had prior experience with this kind of thing, who had moved somewhere near us in the area and that sort of thing. And it's possible, depending on the circumstances of that individual, whether they are whether it's going to make sense to engage them as a part-time employee or whether they're going to be engaged as a contractor. And you will know that our current bylaw officer is in fact a contractor because he had other businesses which he was doing and other clients. And so that made sense for him to do that. But if it's an individual, and I don't know the circumstances, maybe our clerk does, but I don't know the circumstances of this particular individual who did respond, saying whether she would have been willing to do it as an employee, only as an employee, or I say willing or legally able to do it only as an employee, or whether she would have also done it as a service, as a contractor. So, I mean, that really depends on the circumstances of the individual and whether they're doing something else with their free time. So anyway, you know, and just speaking personally, it doesn't matter to me on what basis they're engaged. I think it's, you know, it's really a question of who we can find. So, but if that's, I mean, I think if that is the consensus of council that we should reissue the RFP, then we can pass that. We can leave that in the hands of staff. We're going to get well, the motion that is on the floor is simply to receive the report for information, but I think we can take this this expression that we can come to the conclusion that that's what council is suggesting, that essentially we reissue we do the search again, see if we can find somebody. That's what we're saying, right? All right. So if there's nothing further, I guess I could call the question on this, receiving this report for information. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried unanimously. Now, the next one, 9.2 is uh, a report from our IT consultant, and I see that he is on Zoom, so I'll introduce him in a second. We'll just give him an opportunity to kick off this report, but this is about projector and screen options for the community center. The requested motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report admin-2024-11, which is community center projector and screen options. They get a mover and seconder.
I can move it, Counselor Nash.
Thank you. Seconded by,
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
thank you, Councillor Woods. Okay, we're moved and seconded. And this, as I said before, we have Dan Hildebrand, and he's just come up on the screen. So welcome, Dan. Good to see you again. And can I ask you to just highlight your report for us, and then we'll let people ask you questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Mayor Coleman. Appreciate that. So in looking at this, took a look at a number of elements. I realize what you're trying to do and, you know, the general needs of council and the community in putting something in the community center that, you know, you can use for council meetings. You probably could use it for other things as well. Something that could be physically mounted in there. You're not having to move the equipment in and out, and something that was quite capable without being, you know, cost prohibitive in the sense that, you know, it's the range of these projectors, just kind of giving, you know, the general range. Yeah, you can pay down to $200, but you can also pay $50,000 for them. So there's quite a broad range. When I looked at it from practical aspects. One, you know, what the utilization was going to be, this space that you're utilizing, you know, the general dynamics of the room, and where we might, you know, mount and you know, broadcast to using the projector and the screen. There are a variety of different elements, and before council is the, you know, I gave all the various options. There were others, but they were a good group of general options of projectors and or screens. And, you know, I brought in, pulling from within those, saying, okay, if we took a look at a low, a medium, and a high solution, what would they look like and what would they be costed at? The key differences between them, the screen composition. So starting with the screen, I know the projector is the big piece that everybody focuses on, but the screen, there were a number of elements. Size obviously impacts the cost. The density, the ability to project, when it does hit the screen, it does so, the technology in the screen is quite substantial and makes a big difference on how it presents, how crisp those images are. Yeah, like we've all seen, you know, there are $100 screens and they're going to give you a certain definition. This one definitely gives you more. It's motorized. So if we mount it up in the air, obviously we don't have somebody crawling up the wall to get there and to you know, put it down or put it up or leave it, can be left up. It really doesn't affect it. Ultimately, it's well priced for what it is. The projector, looking at a number of technologies. The DLP is the more standard. It's been around for a long time. Laser is the new technology that's been around. It's been around for a number of years, but really getting greater and greater recognition. It's better in low light. It's a crisper image. It can shoot higher resolutions. So there's a lot of benefits to it depending on what but you know, the projectors vary, and again, those technologies at the high end with the laser, and in the middle you've got your and the lower end with the DLP technology. The lasers, the laser lasts longer, so the bulbs in there, the technology that it's not bulbs, but the technology for the laser lasts far longer than the bulb technology and the DLP projectors. So it was really taking into consideration all of the technological elements, as well as you know, trying to build in some costing restraints that would be hopefully, you know, would be suitable for council, and something that would be practical, but by far not outrageous. They're very practically priced, and they're very you know, practical for the use you're going to be applying to it. So I don't know if I could add anything else to that, but that's kind of my opening on that.
Okay, thank you, Dan. I'll open up the floor to questions. Councilor Gray.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Dan, when I'm looking at these solutions, so you're saying the DLP is an older style projector?
It's an older technology. It's not an older style in the sense of the technology is a little older. You're not getting, you know, you're not getting the it's still a very good image. Don't get me wrong, right? Like, as far as they're very, very good images. But the lasers are next generation, I'll put it that way, and they're next generation because of that crispness over, you know, when you're shooting, and especially in certain environments, the lasers tend to be more effective on you know, where the light could be an issue in bigger rooms and that kind of thing. So I do think our, you know, price point is going to be, I didn't know if council had you know, had taken a position on what the cost should be, but you know, I think we're going to be a little more, typically these things don't change too much in terms of cost, because they're a very niche product, and the technology generally stays around for a long, long time. But I think we're going to be able to get, you know, looking at the current market, that there may be an ability to get the upper projector for the middle price, or closer to that.
So that would, are you saying that the Solution 3 projector we might get for a better price?
Correct.
Sorry, did you hear that, Dan?
Yes, no, that's correct.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then when you were talking about the screen, so the it makes a difference in the ability to see things clearly, having a better screen, I gather, as well.
It
So-
does. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Dan, thank you for your report. I do have one question. I'm not sure if you'd be so kind as to maybe answer it. And it was brought up at the last item I was speaking to. Were you aware of on our website of a little link that just had to be updated in regards to the employment or tendering page?
No, not specifically. Now, I typically don't deal with your website as much, because we do have a group who does that. Like
Never mind. Yep, no problem. I just figured I'd ask. And in regards to the projectors, option number 2, which I see here, I'm just going to round and say $7,500. That would give us a relatively good screen and a good monitor for what we need. Am I correct?
You are correct. It will. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, perfect. And I guess with that screen, we'd be able to put, you know, the Canadian national anthem on it if we wanted. People would be able to watch movies at movie night should they want, and during council meetings. if people are doing presentations, it would be able to be displayed on that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm not in favor of, my personal opinion is, if you're talking that your face has to be full size on the screen, but it sounds like option 2 will do everything we need to. And I must say, I'm disappointed that unfortunately a grant didn't come through, nothing to do with you. I know staff worked hard on that, but I really like where we've come to here. I know it's been a long time and about a year and a half since the mayor had brought it up, but I do like your report and the options that I see here. I think we've done a very good job, all of council, in looking at this to see what can we do the best bang for our buck here. So I really appreciate staff, all of us on council, and yourself coming through to this with 3 options, and I'll be in favor of option number 2 myself. So thank you very much, Dan.
Hey, you're welcome. I was happy to help. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yes, go ahead.
Dan, thanks a lot for putting this together and giving us the options that you've given us. My one question would be, is it just simply we're buying the screen and the projector and there's no other work to do, or do we have to do, a bunch of wiring or whatnot? Or I mean, obviously we probably have to mount them, but what would the cost be to get this all installed and up and running, say if we picked option 1 or 2 or 3?
Yeah, like we haven't hardlined the other costs, but they're not going to be overly substantial. We've got to get a cable, to where so we can project from. We've got to get it mounted up into the air. I don't know what the thought was there, but I don't know. I don't know if Michelle had a thought in there. We don't have any firm costs. We were really pricing the key technology elements, realizing, and I work closely with Dave Creaser on the space and how we would get it, but I don't think we have any firm costs because we didn't know which one we were going with. Not that it would vary that much, but it will vary somewhat. So it's not going to be substantial cost, though. We aren't talking, crazy tens of thousands or 5,000 or more dollars. I think we can do it, very affordably, and that'll be the aim.
Okay. Next question. I don't know, maybe if you can answer it, or maybe staff, or maybe you, Mr. Mayor. Whereabouts would the screen be located in the room?
So the considerations we looked at, and again, I don't think we're hard set on it, but we're, we took a look at that wall as you head out, putting it above the high enough above the doorway that we could project up on the wall up there, so the screen would drop from that area above just for visibility for council as well as the hall. Just looking at where it might be the best element. But I don't think we're a hard set. If council had an opinion on that, obviously we would be happy to vary that, but that was one of the thoughts we had in terms of where we could mount it.
Okay, thank you. Just one thing, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to hear your thoughts, because I know you're the one that brought this up and you were kind of pushing this, and I think it's definitely something we need to look at getting done. So I'd like to hear what you have to say, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, I guess I have some questions. And the questions really have to do with the problem that what exactly the problem is that we're trying to solve, or what use we're intending to make of this. And I was going to start with the question that Councillor Woods asked. If you, I don't know where to start. First of all, everyone, I guess, should be aware that the original plan, and there was quite a bit of thought that went into this, was to have the screen mounted on the window wall, the wall which is facing south. And there are, in fact, mounts installed there, and there is, in fact, wiring there. So the projector would have been over on the wall, which has the big white box with the TV in it. and the screen would have been on the window wall, as I say. And the reason that we chose that was that first of all, and we were thinking about a mixture of uses, okay? But for example, for showing a movie or having some other event in here where there's an audience, you know, with people sitting in their chairs or whatever, typically the door that you enter is at the back, because it's at the north end, it's at a northwest corner of the building. And the other thing about having the screen in the location that you just described, Dan, is that there are, it's, I don't know how big the screen is. We were looking at about a 9:16 screen. If you put a screen that size up there, it would be hanging, when it's down, it would be hanging in front of 3 of the 5 cold air vents that come from air conditioning. So they would be blowing the screen out and the screen would be blocking that air. So that's why we chose not to put it at the end. Started to put it on the long wall. But again, the question is, and I understand why you're doing this, because the problem is in a council meeting, I'm not sure whether we're trying to facilitate councilors seeing material that's being displayed, or whether we're trying to facilitate the public seeing material that's being projected. So those are, I mean, that kind of affects where you put it. I guess the other point I would make is that, you know, we had the objective of, if you go back to the very beginning of this whole project, we had the objective of trying to make sure that everybody participating in an event or a meeting in here would be able to see and be seen, regardless of whether they're in the room or somewhere else. And for that, you need to have a high-res camera that can zoom on them. So right now, for example, if you just look at a council meeting, because councilors are not bringing their devices in, I mean, I have one and the clerk has one, but people who don't have their computer in front of them and don't have it connected to Zoom can't see what else is going on, and they can't see what somebody else is seeing. And similarly, the public, the only person that they can see who are out on Zoom, the only people that they can see are me and anybody else like Dan here who's got his screen turned on. But none of the other councilors are being picked up. So I guess what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is there's a little bit more to the problem that we were trying to solve than simply saying, well, let's get a screen and let's get a projector. And those are the important components, and you want to go with good quality ones so they don't get damaged in use and don't get replaced. That's I won't get into the details of which ones I like or don't like or anything, but that's it's one of these things, you get what you pay for in general. So those are my 2 cents worth. I don't know. I don't know if we need more thought to be given to this, to all these things before we make a decision to go buy something. That's my question. And Paula has her red card up, so I'll stop.
My quick comments, Mayor Comrie, is you hit what we were trying to accomplish with that end wall was the visibility of both council and the public if they were in the room, right? That's why we're looking down that side. But in effect, like I said, we weren't hard set if council saw fit to put it somewhere else. it is the kind of thing that really does, it won't matter. We can mount it anywhere needed, right? That's the beauty of what we're buying, is it's going to be very versatile in that way. Yeah, once it's mounted, you do want to pick the appropriate spot though, say, where do we truly want this and what are we trying to accomplish with it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, just a couple further comments on the
Yep, go
item.
ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess, again, Dan, thanks for yours, and Councillor Bray and Councillor Lamb and yourself, Mr. Mayor, everybody's comments. When it came to the location, I don't think council had ever decided on a location exactly where it goes. So I'm going to listen to the experts on that one, and maybe there's a couple locations it can go. And I think council on other meetings has discussed that I think there's a number of us that don't need our faces to be plastered on a big TV screen. And there was discussion that many other council chambers you'll see have a simple camera that just oversees the generality of the council chambers. That's what you see on many viewings that you'll see on the news, or if anybody watches any of them online. And I think that all three options will give us exactly what we need. There might be a little tweaking that needs to go on, but again, I'm going to be in favor of supporting item number 2, and I look forward to getting this item approved and behind us and move forward, because it has been on everybody's radar and the municipality for a long time. So I think this will be a good thing to move forward with. Thank you.
Councillor Bray.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Dan, was there any thought as to what camera you were going to add with this and what a cost would be?
Not specifically in that element. It wouldn't be hard to add in a camera. It depends on what you want. You can go to something simple as, a webcam for all intents and purposes, or you go to an IP-based camera, but they're not that expensive. We could add, and I'm really just don't hold me to this, but $400 or $500 would probably buy more than what we need. We could do it for 2, but $400 or $500, we could put an IP camera that would do what we needed to do for the purposes of capturing what's in the room.
I just want to make a comment on that. I participate regularly in meetings that consist of people on Zoom coming in remotely, and a bunch of people sitting typically in the council chamber or whatever of one of the neighboring municipalities. And it could be Parry Sound or Archipelago or McKellar or one of those.
Hello.
And I can tell you,
I'm doing.
I can tell you that I can see that there is a room and there are people in it, but I cannot see who they are, never mind who's talking. And they have a single camera that tries to capture the room, and it looks like you're looking at something that's 100 miles away, and there's no way that you can zoom in on it and magnify it with Zoom, even though it's called Zoom, right? You can't just say, I want to bring that all up. You can't make it big enough to see. So that's why I'm suggesting that you need a slightly more, a higher end camera that has the ability, and some of them will auto zoom, actually. There are some good ones. They're not that expensive. They're, a little over $1,000 you can get them, but something that will, so that people can actually see if you're, because sometimes we have a meeting in this room and some of the people are here in person and some of them are on Zoom, and it doesn't work very well. And of course, there are some other costs involved too, because this all has to be tied into the audio system, and You know, so there's a bit of cabling and that sort of thing. We did estimate what that was, okay, that there's things that you could go back and look at where people have quoted us what it would cost to do that. So you can get an idea of what the extra wiring costs and so on would be. But anyway, and look, I'm not trying to obstruct this. Believe me, I want this to get done. I just want to make sure that we solve all the we address the whole requirement. That's all.
My quick comment is those are good. I think you make some great points for sure. Thank you.
Councilor Bray, did you have another?
No, thanks.
Anybody else want to comment?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I got
Yeah.
a quick one. This might make sense. Tell me if it doesn't make sense, Dan. So say we picked option 2, like Councillor Nash has suggested, or that he likes. And we put the screen where what I'm looking at would be behind Mr. Mayor, hanging on the wall, comes down over the windows. We mounted the projector. So the council's back would be to the screen, but everyone in the room would be able to see the screen.
Mhm.
The existing flat screen TV that we have in the room, would that be able to be mounted on like a roll around cart to sit in front of the council table so that council members wouldn't have to turn around to look up to the screen if there was something being presented at a meeting?
Yeah.
Is that possible, or is that, like a cheap kind of thing, or is that a hard kind of thing? Because this is definitely not my area of expertise. So I'm strictly just asking a question from someone that doesn't know much about this.
So your thought is you put the projector behind Mayor Comrie, right? That's where we're talking. And then you would have a screen that council would view and be able to, you would have a TV on a mobile cart would effectively what you're talking about, correct?
No, I was thinking the screen behind where George is sitting, right, is the window wall.
Mhm.
And then the projector, I don't know if it's mounted on the roof or where it's mounted. And then if that existing TV was pulled out of the wall and put on a cart, so that way council doesn't have to turn around during a meeting and turn their backs to everybody. And I know some councils where it's like a cart that rolls around.
Yeah.
And it's closer to the council table. That way we don't have to look back or look up. We're just looking at the screen in front, and everyone in the crowd can see what we're looking at on the big screen behind us. Does that make sense?
It does. It's a good option, and you'd be correct in saying other councils have done something similar in that regard. So yeah.
Would that be a huge cost, or is that something that would, does it make sense? I don't know, Mr. Mayor, what do you think? Does that make sense? Or
Actually, it does. That's the way that I'm used to doing this. Okay, I'm used to having things that sit on the floor in front of where the councilors are sitting. We might even have 2 of them, and they're not big screens, but they're screens that are big enough and they're close enough to the table that you can actually see them. I mean, I suppose we could try to display things on the TV inside the white box that's on the opposite wall, but that's a little far away to see from here, from over where our council table is now. But if you put a couple things on the floor in front that you can see over top of the council table, then you can. I mean, the other solution is to get some very low-end laptops and put them in front of the screens and put them right on the council table. But I don't know. I think it's probably would be better to have slightly bigger ones, and that's what I'm used to doing.
Yeah, that's a good solution, I think. I think it addresses both those elements, obviously what the public can see and also what council's still got that visibility, but on the cart would give you that mobility to move it close enough where, like you said, Mayor Comrie is it would give you that, that view rate, that view distance would be far better on a cart. So that makes sense, Councillor Woods.
Councillor Bray.
Yes, having looked at this and listened to the comments, I think I'm in favor of solution 3 just because the newer technology will be around a lot longer than if we go with older technology. or perhaps maybe parts and things like that, I would, my interest would be with solution 3 to make sure that we have something that works really well and that it will last longer for the municipality. But I can go with solution 2, but I really do believe we're gonna possibly have to upgrade eventually anyways. So why not do it now and get the cost over with and be able to move forward. And I like the idea that we put the screen behind on the window wall and then figure out a solution otherwise. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I apologize for keep raising issues here, but I did want to make a comment about intensity. Okay, this room, as you could see if you're in it today, and even in the winter it's like this, is quite bright. We would probably need to replace the blinds that are on the windows here with ones that darken down or add ones that darken down. But in my experience, you need a projector for a room like this would have to be at least 3,000 lumens. Like I would not consider anything lower than 3,000 lumens. Otherwise, you're going to have on a bright day, because there's light getting in from the ends and everything. You're going to have trouble seeing. But anyway, that's my comment. I guess my question is, I'm looking at the screen sizes that are here, and I'm trying to think, okay, what are the outside dimensions of a 200-inch screen? Like, when you say a 200-inch screen, that's the diagonal measurement of the. You're talking like a flat screen TV.
Yes.
What would that end up being in
Yeah, I haven't actually checked that myself. You're correct. It's diagonal, 2 inches diagonal. So it's going to be a good size screen for sure. You know, I don't know what to say more on.
the pads that are I'll just throw this out to you. The pads that are mounted on this wall right now that you can see and that are above my head. Well, I guess if I turn the camera up, you could see them. You see one sticking there right now.
Yeah.
Those are actually for a screen that is physically 16 feet wide and 9 feet high, right? So that's a big screen. Now, you could mount something smaller on there. I'm not saying that that's just what they put in originally, because we were talking about quite a large screen, physical screen. And that was an expensive, it was a more expensive screen than any of these that we're talking about here. But, you know, I guess I don't know how. I should probably sit down and do the calculation myself. If you don't know, Dan, I was just curious as to what the physical outside dimensions of the screen would be. What if it's 200? Well, solution 3 is 300, but oh no, it's 200. I'm sorry. Anyway, let's so we can move this along. What kind of direction? We don't have to do this now, but what kind of direction or advice would you like to give staff as far as how to proceed with this? So far, our motion is just to receive it for information, right?
Don't know. Were you looking for something from me or no?
Well, I'm looking for the, I guess for the counselors to say if you want to add anything to.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd be willing to make a motion that we give the authority for staff to go ahead and order option number 2 and work with Dan and staff on having that installed. So I'd make that motion that that's, you know, option 2 be approved and they work with Dan and staff on having that installed. And then the other parts that I think Councillor Woods and yourself were talking about, we can get those as once it's installed. I don't know what others think of that, or the seconder. I forget who moved the motion actually, or who seconded.
Oh,
it. Sorry.
you moved the motion was just to receive, and you moved the motion and Councillor Wood seconded it.
So that would be my amendment,
So you,
that the motion read that option number 2 be approved and staff work with Dave Hildebrand on having it installed.
okay, so we could do two things. We could pass the motion that we have to receive this and then have another motion. Is that, in case there is a debate about the option. So how about we do that? Can I call the question on the motion to receive and then we'll start another one?
Sure, that's perfectly fine.
So all those in favor of receiving Dan's report with thanks.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
All right, thanks. That's carried. Now I need a blank, another blank one. Thank you, Wendy. So you want to make a motion, Councillor Nash, that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone, direct staff to
proceed with option number 2
proceed, okay.
and work with Dan Hildebrand and staff on having it installed.
And have it installed. Okay, so what I have is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone direct staff to proceed with option number 2 and work with D Hildebrand to have it installed. Is there a seconder for that motion?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. So is there any further discussion about that? There was a suggestion that we that we go with option 3 instead of option 2. I would just say there is, and I don't remember if it was in the report, the budget for this is $25,000. So,
yeah, and through you, Mr.
yeah.
Mayor, I know I made the motion, but just because we have a budget of 25,000, to me, it doesn't mean we have to spend it all. I think technology changes so fast that I think, you know, if our IT guy is recommending this, that it would be a good one to take option number 2. Sorry about that. Phone in the background, sorry.
Okay, so any other comments or are we?
Mr. Mayor, if I
Sorry.
could,
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Woods, and then.
I'm looking here on Google while we're having our meeting about dimension sizes for a 150-inch screen. And what I've seen here, it's 74 inches high and 130 inches wide. So I mean, that's a pretty decent sized screen at a 150-inch screen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's not.
No, 6.5 feet by 11.
And that's 150 inch, right? You said?
Yep.
Okay, so 200 is going to be bigger. All right. Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I was just gonna add that information, and the larger screen is approximately 8 by 14.5. The 200.
The 200, 8
Yeah.
by 14.5.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a decent sized screen. I'm not quibbling about the size of the screen. No, I just wasn't used to thinking of it in that size, so. All right. Well, my only other comment, I guess, is I would frankly prefer I would prefer, I guess. Well, they're both. Oh, I see number 2 is a 150-inch screen. 150 diagonal inch. I would prefer solution number 3. That's my personal opinion. Just because it is a bigger screen and it is a newer projector technology. This is still, I would remind you, this is still a lot less money than we were talking about when we were looking at the proposals we received to sort of re-implement the system. But anyway.
Yeah, well, I
Okay,
guess.
so are you ready for the question?
And can we have a recorded vote, please?
And Councilor Bray?
Yeah, I just have one other
Okay.
suggestion is that solution 3, if we are able to, I think through you, Mr. Mayor Dan, you mentioned that we could get the, was it the projector at the price of maybe solution 2 or something like that, or a better price? I'm just.
Yeah, there's definitely a promotion from some distributors. Like we're gonna try and find the best cost we can, but I think it's gonna be very close to solution 2 projector cost, right? Just putting that aside. So one of the other options is, you know, we give a little more room, and I'm gonna say, like, I'm just quickly looking here because I was just doing some more research. We added about, say, $500 to the cost, and I don't even think it'll be that. I think we could buy solution 3 projector for that cost added to, so if we've got 4,998 there, we put $5,500, we should be able to buy solution 3 projector, which is a steal right now.
I would really like to see
Yeah.
us get the better projector if we can at a good price. So I would hate to lock us in saying that we're only going to do solution 2 and not look at some of the prices for solution 3 to see if we can add them in. I just think, thinking of the people who might use this in the room, people who come in to rent the space, people, the recreation committee, council, and many other things. It's better for us to have a little bit better quality, and still this is well within our budget. So it's not like we're going way over just to have better equipment. We're actually still well within our budget. And so I'd really like to see us get the better projector if we can get it for a better price. So I wouldn't be able to vote for 2 without being able to have that option of getting the better projector at a good cost.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is the mover of the motion that's on the table. Could you just read out the motion now? I might have an idea that will work, but could you read the motion?
I could. The motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone directs staff to proceed with option number 2 and work with Dan Hildebrand to have it installed.
And
I don't know if this
what
is.
I would ask.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that was what I'd asked for, but in listening to Dan speaking, if we can get the other projector in option number 3 for the total of $5,500, I'd be very happy to vote for option 2 with the increase that monetary amount to allow for the projector of number 3. So if you can word that in a way, Mr. Mayor, then I think you'll probably have all of us that'll be very happy that basically it's option 2, but going with options 3's projector, which Mr. Hildebrand saying would be the 5,500 total.
Okay, I'm wondering if we just if we wanted to just give an upper, do you want to just specify, you know, proceed with the best option not to exceed a certain amount of money? Would that work?
Sure, why don't we say that? Proceed with
I would say the best option available, not to exceed a total price of whatever you think solution.
why don't we use $6,000?
8,000 or?
Miss,
Well,
Go ahead.
I think Mr. Hildebrand said we could do it all for 5,500, right?
Well,
no,
but I'm
instead
talking
of
about the whole solution. If you look at the solutions there, that solution is 73.97.99. So if you said it was, I
Oh,
don't know,
yeah,
$8,000 or something like that, then
Yeah, so that would work. But I think Councillor Woods was trying to say something there. I didn't mean to cut him off, sorry.
okay, go ahead.
thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Dan, so if you could get us option 3 projector, you know, with option 2 screen, and right now the budget number, well, what you've provided here, the estimate is 73.97.99. If we said you had $8,500, could you get us a good projector in that screen and make things work for us?
absolutely.
Perfect. Let's make it $8,500 and get on with it.
I totally agree.
Can I say with the best option not to exceed $8,500?
Sounds good to me, Mr. Mayor.
The best option available. Not to exceed $8,500. Okay, so I'll read it again. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestown directs staff to proceed with the best option available, not to exceed $8,500, and work with Dan Hildebrand to have it installed. Is that, are the mover and seconder good with that?
I'm happy with that, Councillor Nash, yes.
Do you want a recorded vote or?
Yes, please.
All right. Let's proceed with that.
Thank you. Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes,
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes?
That motion, that amendment is carried.
Well, it's actually not an amendment. This is a separate motion that
Thank
we've
you.
added to. It's still part of 9.2. 9.2. All right. 9.2 is CC projector and screen. Okay, thank you very much. Making a note here for our clerk. So we are at 12:15. Do you wish to do another? I mean, I guess I should ask first, do we have a lunch ready or? Should we break right now then? Is that your pleasure or do you want to do one more? The next one is the tanker shuttle, right?
Councillor Nash, I'd be happy to break now.
Okay. If there's no objection, let's do it. Let's have our, let's declare a recess. We'll go for a good, I don't know, I would say a good half hour or so. And when we come back, we will deal with 9.3 and 9.4. And the rest of the agenda. Okay,
I'm gonna sign off now. Hope you have a wonderful day. Take care.
thank you very much, Dan, appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome. Take care.
All right. Check. Well, good afternoon again, everybody. We are back from our lunch break. Councillor Woods, Councillor Nash, are you back with us?
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I am also here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. We will then proceed with item 9.3, which is entitled Accredited Superior Tanker Shuttle Service. Which sounds like a pretty fancy thing. So I need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report fire-2024-03 entitled Accredited Superior Tanker Shuttle Service. Who will move that?
I
I'll
can
move
move
Mr. Mayor.
that, Councillor Nash, or I'll
Thank you.
second that then, Councillor Nash.
Okay, who moved it?
That was me, Councillor Woods, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, all right, thank you, sorry. So moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Nash. You have the report in front of you, and our fire chief is here with us in the community hall. So Bob, did you wish to say anything to introduce this report?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's pretty straightforward. I guess I'm just here to answer some questions, and you have my recommendations, and the one thing that didn't show up very well on my report is on page 86, where it kind of shows where the standpipe is located. There's actually a well right there that belongs to that house on Canning Road, the first house there. So that's all I got to add about that. That's pretty simple. So we'd have to make sure that we could actually drain that, test it, and not damage that well if that's the procedure or the way council wishes to go.
Well, can I ask, since you mentioned, do we actually use that standpipe currently or not?
We've used it once. Sorry. For a car fire that was next to a garage down Canning Road. We don't use it a lot. It's like, you know, the one we use the most is the one beside the fire hall.
Okay. All right, thanks. So questions for our fire chief on this report? Anybody have any?
Yeah, I do, Mr. Mayor, if nobody else is speaking first.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Bob, thank you for the report. I guess when I look at it, do you feel that the cost it would take to do the program is worth it for the community? I personally feel it's worth seeing how we can go with it. But how do you and the fire department as a whole feel with proceeding?
Personally, the cost, I think, is gonna be more than the benefits. Right now, the way we do business, we do it the exact same way as if that standpipe happens to get certified. If we spend the money and it doesn't get certified, we're still gonna use that standpipe on a fire call. We're still gonna fight the fire the exact same way. So the only benefit is to a few ratepayers that may or may not get a break on their insurance. So to spend, you know, that kind of money, like we're looking at roughly $7,500 before we have somebody come in and actually test to see if we can pump 2,400 liters out of there. I think
Okay,
that's,
now if I'm just, I was gonna say, if I'm just on the phone, or for people that might not have read the report in general, you know, the amount that we're talking about is, like you said, it's about $7,500 to do a preliminary, I'll call it, test, right? For those that haven't read the full report.
no, that's
if-
not correct. It's $7,500 is to have underwriters come up and test us to buy another water or a bigger porta tank for our tanker.
Yeah.
That's where that cost come in. We haven't got an actual cost for a hydrologist to come in and do the testing. I talked to Bob Humes. He was going to send me a couple of people in Barrie that he knew that may be able to test it. But
Right.
he figured it'd be, over 10 grand or more to come and test that. But he didn't know for sure. Like I haven't got, I left some messages. I haven't got back to me. So I really don't have a cost, but his figure would be it would be at least 10 grand, if not more.
Okay.
So
So
that's above
I guess
that $7,500. And again, you could live right beside me. Our value property could be similar value, and you get a better deal than I do from your insurance company because I put in 50 claims a year and you only put in one every 6 years.
yeah,
The insurance companies,
guess-
some do not even recognize that. Some people will tell you that, yeah, it benefits them quite a bit for the first 2 years and then their insurance went up. So the way we do business is exactly the same. To spend that kind of money, I think it's not really feasible or a value, but that's a decision council will have to make.
yeah. So we're talking, I'm rounding up $20,000 if all goes well, to be, assuming testing goes fine, $20,000 to be an accredited tanker approved fire department. Am I correct?
Correct.
So, so that's for anybody listening, right? So we're talking, about 20 grand. To me, I think the fire hall, ambulance, first aid is very, very important. I think it's great that we've gotten the new fire truck. I know it's a really big expense, be it the police, first aid, fire department, medics, but I think it's a great thing that we can offer our ratepayers. And to me, although it might be $20,000, I know personally from another property I have that it does make a difference on insurance because the other municipality I'm in is tanker accredited, the Superior Tanker Service, as we're talking about. So I would actually be in favor of doing this in the hopes that we could get that, because I think the money that we'll spend, will make sure our equipment or our standpipes are functioning. We'll get something in case there's ever a bigger fire, or in case we ever need it, or, it's always something good to have. And by having it, I do feel that overall for all the residents of the municipality that it might affect, they will see the savings on their insurances. This is really something for us to save money on. This is something that will pass savings on to ratepayers. So I'd be in support of it in the hopes that overall the ratepayers will see some type of a decrease or a less of an increase on their seasonal or full-time insurances. So myself, when I read the report and see the numbers, I would be in favor of trying to go forward. That's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
So just to
Okay.
clarify, it's pretty much only going to affect the residents in downtown Dunchurch and a little bit on Balsam Road. It doesn't affect anybody up 5 or anybody past Shirley Road. So it's not the whole municipality, it's only those people within that red or burgundy and yellow outline on my map. So just as long as we're clear about that, I'm
Well,
good.
But through you, Mr. Mayor, but we would be able to say our fire department is accredited anchor truck certified, right? Our fire department is, right?
Yes, but when your insurance
Right.
company calls me and says, hey, I have a gentleman that lives on this road. Can you maintain, is he qualified for the tanker shuttle service? I'm gonna say either he is or he isn't. Does he live within 8 kilometers of the fire hall? I'm gonna say yes or no. 5 kilometers within the standpipe, yes or no. So not everybody in the municipality will benefit that. Only those few probably within downtown Dunchurch. A few on Balsam Road. I think Councillor Woods would be affected on that if I looked at that. Yes, he would. Pretty much that's it. Anybody past Shirley Road going up 520, they don't get included in that. So as long as you're aware of that.
You need to be closer to the microphone if you don't mind.
Sorry, as long as you understand that, then yeah, spend the money. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
If I could just ask for clarification, your report under the pending conclusion, it says, because this is following your comment that the people in Dunchurch are the ones, Dunchurch and down as far as, Canning Road and so on
Right.
are covered. It says a total of 552 homes may be eligible. That's just, is that a correct number? Because that seems to me like a larger number than sort of when we first looked at this. So you're saying the 552 is those, and that's assuming that Dunchurch Beach, which is here,
Yeah.
if anything's going to get certified, that's going to be, and Balsam Road, and the Balsam Road standpipe, it turns out that in fact it will give you the flow you need. So
3 years.
298 year-round access, a 254 limited access for a total of 552. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct. Now, insurance companies won't really give us much information when we ask them about that. So for instance, if you go up York Street to the dump,
Yeah,
when you turn off to the right, it's called Booth's Road.
yeah,
That's a non-assumed municipal road.
yeah.
So you're within that coverage area. Will your insurance company accept that? I can't get a truck down there in the wintertime. We
Yeah.
can load pumps on the 4-wheel drive pickup truck, load them in the Argo. It's a delay to get there. Are they going to give you a break? We don't know. Because the insurance companies won't talk to us about somebody else's property. And then if you go down farther on Booth Road to Timber Ridge, again, it's an unassumed municipal road. It's plowed by whoever, and it's plowed whenever. We can't get a truck down there. And if you look at the map, I think there's what, 8 houses down there. Are they eligible? They're within the 5 kilometers of a standpipe here, and they're within 8 kilometers of the fire hall, but they live on a non-assumed summer road that's not maintained by the municipality. So that's what their insurance company will also look at. Will they get a break? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Fair enough.
maybe not. When you phone, they won't tell you about somebody else's property and somebody else's insurance.
No, I know.
So it's not like if we went ahead and did it, everybody gets $300 off their insurance. It doesn't
Yeah.
work that way.
No.
It's everybody's insurance company is different. Everybody's insurance rating's different. So it's hard to tell people, yeah, you're going to get a really good deal or you're not. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, just one more thing, if I may, and this is really just by way of clarification. I heard you talking about $7,500 and I see $2,500 in fees to the fire underwriters.
Yep.
And $3,500 to upgrade the porta tank. That's 6,000 in total. How did he get the 70? Where did that
Oh,
7,500?
yeah,
come
no,
from?
sorry, my mistake. I added the one twice. You are correct. It's just the two.
So that's $6,000 and the cost, and you think that the cost of getting the hydrogeologist to come and look at Balsam Road could be what?
Bob
$10,000 or something? Really?
Bob Humes, when I spoke to him, because I thought he might be able to do it. He didn't know how much it would cost, but he said it would be pricey. He said it would be $10,000 or more for them to come and look at it.
Really?
And-
Oh, wow.
And again, we don't know because I don't have a price.
Yeah.
So the other thing we have to be concerned about is there's a well on that property. So if we drain that to test it, we damage that well, are we gonna be liable for that? That's something we gotta look into if we decide to go this way. I don't know if we would be, I don't know if we drain it enough to affect that well, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I thought it would have showed better in the picture I sent you, but it didn't. It was kind of, can't even really see it's there, but there is a well there. And the water line goes under Balsam Road to the house on Canning Road. So,
The actual source of the water is west of west of Balsam Road, am I not right? On the,
no, it's east of Canning. Just before you turn on to Canning Road.
but if you were driving along Balsam Road in the direction of Canning Road, it would be on your right,
It
no?
would
Isn't
be
it?
on your right, correct?
That's where, because that's where I mean, I'm assuming it's draining, well, that lake or pond or whatever it is where the teacher's camp is that's where the water's coming from, I'm guessing, is it all right, into that wetland?
Well, if you Google it and you actually can see, and again, I apologize, there is a creek that comes kind of from this side. It's
Yeah.
not a big creek. There's not a lot of water in it. So I'm not sure which way the water flows. That's flowing in or out.
And there isn't any other location that is close by that would be any better, right?
No. See, the only reason we have to
Like
have
you-
this tested is because we can't prove how much water's in there. The standpipe down here, we're never gonna drain Whitestone Lake. Edgewood Road, Edgewood Lake, we're never gonna drain that. The one on the Bunny Trail, a couple of times the standpipe's been pretty much almost out of water, but I'm pretty sure it's because of a beaver dam.
I guess my question is where I'm going with this is if you were to go down Canning Road further towards Whitestone Lake, could you put another one in Whitestone Lake that you could
No,
draw
we-
from that would get you?
Cause then we're farther than 8 kilometers from the fire station.
Okay,
So
all right,
you
yeah,
have to have the two to get 2 check
that's
marks.
right. You gotta have the 8 kilometers.
And-
Yeah, okay, sorry. you're
And you
right.
think it's easy because, yeah, we live around water,
Yeah,
but it's really hard. Even some places we go to that are on the lake, it's hard to get water and you're right beside the lake because you gotta run a pump down the hill and then pump back
Yeah.
up.
no, I understand, yeah.
So
Okay,
my opinion, I think it's not a good venture at this time. My recommendations are on the other page, that's what I think we should study on or spend our efforts on. And, relook at it again in a year or so and see if the standards have changed or not. Got stricter or got more looser and go from there.
okay, are there other questions from counselors who haven't spoken? Counselor Bray, do you have any comments about this? You're within the fire area, the
yeah.
area that would be
Yeah,
covered by.
no, I this, through you, Mr. Mayor, this is for Chief. We got an echo? Oh, okay. Magnetawan Fire Department in McKellar, are we assured that we would be able to get enough help from either one or both to be able to meet the requirements of the number of people and to do the shuttle? Just wondering how it would work during the day, during the week, knowing that a lot of our fire departments, people are working. Thanks.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so theoretically, if the creek we were talking about was actually a lake, we probably wouldn't need assistance from any other fire department to run this. However, if the pager went off today to a structure fire, you might get one or two guys. You're gonna get one or two probably from McKellar, a couple from Magnetawan. It's just the way it is through the day. Daytime is really tight for us, for firefighters, because most of them or all of them work away somewhere else. So even if we had it, are we going to be able to use it? Yeah. And like I say, that particular standpipe on Balsam Road, we used it once for a car fire that was in close proximity to the building, but that's been it. We use this one down here 99% of the time. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, if everybody else is done.
Well, we haven't heard from Councillor Nash, sorry, Councillor Woods.
Oh, can I just say one thing? It'll take 30 seconds.
All right.
Okay, thanks. And then hopefully Mr. or Councillor Woods will have some stuff to say. All it is, you know, I've said it before, instead of finding a way not to do things, I think sometimes as a municipality, you should do a better job of finding a way to do things, right? Let's find a way to try and get this accredited. Instead of saying, oh, there might only be one or two firefighters, or maybe there might be water, maybe there won't be water. You know, if only one or two firefighters show up during the day, why do we have so many fire trucks and stuff? There's a reason, because emergency services is important to many ratepayers in our municipality. And I feel we owe it to them to do everything we can to get accredited for things like this when we can find a way to do it instead of finding a way not to do it. Sorry, I just wanted to get that off my chest. Anyway, sorry, Councillor Woods, if you had something to say, sorry if I took your time.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just to respond to Councillor Nash, we're not trying to get out of doing anything. I mean, we have a standpipe there. We would use that standpipe today if there's a fire. What we're telling you is that it's going to cost some money. And if you're willing to spend that money, then hey, let's do it. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. It's not going to affect the whole municipality. Just because you have a sign that says your tanker accredited, you, where your cottage is, you're probably not going to, well, you're not going to benefit from that at all. You would benefit more from us putting a standpipe at the beach rather than that. But however, we're not trying to get out of anything. You give me the money, we can do anything you want, but there's going to be a cost to it. In my opinion as fire chief, I think it's the wrong way to spend the money, but I don't make that decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woods, did you have any comment?
Yeah, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the proposed motions here, and we're just accepting this for information purposes, right? The report.
So far, that's what we're doing, yes.
As far as the standpipe out off of the bunny trail there, if we needed to upgrade that and put, like, would we have to, do we have to remove one to put an extra one? Like if we just wanted one at the boat launch, on Boat Launch Road on Gooseneck for an extra one to have one there, couldn't we just put one in anyways? So wouldn't it help the fire service out that direction?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, we can leave that standpipe there for sure. We don't have to remove it to put one at the Gooseneck boat launch for sure. No, it can stay there. Yep.
Huh.
But again, that one's more than 5 kilometers away from the Artbeg Fire Hall. So therefore, if you looked at the Artbeg Fire Hall and you looked at Lucky McDonald's old house, which is exactly right across the street from the fire hall.
Yeah.
And we use the standpipe on the bunny trail. It's more than 5 kilometers. So she lives, or he lives right in front of the fire hall. He wouldn't be eligible for that discount because he's more than 5 kilometers away from the standpipe. And again, I don't set these rules. These are done by the underwriters. They make the decisions, not me. So yeah, what you need is tons of standpipes all over the place, and whether the taxpayers get a benefit or not, it's going to benefit us and you when we go to put out a fire.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's your call. You guys make the decision.
Well, thank you. If I may, Councillor Woods is kind of going where I was going to go with this, which is see what's sort of driving this whole thing is really the argument about whether an individual gets a lower insurance premium by virtue of, well, and it's keep in mind, of course, it's two things. One is your proximity to a manned fire hall. And Ardbeg's not a manned fire hall, basically, right? So you're talking the Dunchurch Fire Hall here at the community center, at the municipal complex, and this tanker shuttle. So those are the factors. And even if someone qualifies, meets those criteria, the criteria being, yes, you're close enough to the manned fire hall, and we have a tanker shuttle, there isn't a guarantee that your insurance company, my insurance company, let's say, isn't well, I don't mean, because I'm outside the area, so I don't qualify, but somebody who qualifies, they still may or may not get a premium break from their particular insurance company based on how their underwriters decide to treat this. But then there's a whole other question, which is, do we have good supplies of water? So I could use an example of Washkash, and Washkash is not going to benefit from lower insurance. There's no way we're going to get lower insurance rates on Washkash. Why? Because we're too far from the fire hall. Never mind a tanker shuttle. Tanker shuttle is irrelevant. But the question is, do we have a good source of water? If you had to go in there and fight a fire, do we have a good source of water? How would we get the water if we were going to, I mean, other than drag it into Washkash Road, 520 in the Washkash Road and the pumpers, right? And tankers. So, the question is, would we benefit from having some more standpipes, which we could put in at a cost of, they would cost a few $1,000s a piece to put them in, but there might be other places we could put them where they would be closer and they would minimize the time that you had to go to refill your tenders with water. So that's a completely separate question. In other words, could you improve the firefighting service with more standpipes? And I mean, I'm throwing that out. It might be a rhetorical question and would require some research, but I'm just wondering if that is something that we should think about, trying to see if we could find other places to put them where they would, whether they would facilitate tanker shuttle or not, they would at least facilitate firefighting.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, for sure. Like, there's that little creek by your place there. We could put one in there. We could put one in at both Indian Narrows boat launch and Bennett's. Excuse me. Like, people say, well, why do you need them there? Well, we have fires in the wintertime. So it's easier to draft than it is to cut a hole. So yeah, there's probably more places that people could think of that I don't know off by head that we could put standpipes in. And that would be better use of spending our money than doing this, in my opinion. Even if we only put one standpipe in a year, You know, we got one on Edgewood. We could put one by the dam at Alds. You know, we could put one at Rainbow Airways. You know, we could put them where we have tons of water. There's lots of water. You know, unfortunately, and I'm not saying we don't have the water at Balsam or at Snakeskin. It's just probably iffy. And I think the Snakeskin problem is a beaver dam, not the water. But we don't have time at 3 o'clock in the morning to go break a beaver dam and hope we can pump water. So, you know, if you're going to spend money, that's what I'd recommend. Spend the money on putting in a standpipe a year or two.
All right,
So
so,
sorry, did I answer Counselor Woods' question? I forgot about the standpipe on the bunny trail. Yeah, you don't have to remove that if I didn't already answer. I danced. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, thanks for that, Bob. I was just kind of going with, you pretty much hit it on the nail on the head, Mr. Mayor. I'm just thinking out loud here. Maybe we look at all of our boat launches for a start, just a starting point. Not necessarily that we're going to put them in, but we know if we have a launch, if we could get to it with the truck or close enough with the truck, like Indian Narrows would be a prime example, or, you know, Bennett's Bay, and we put a standpipe in there, and then we look at our other launches that we have. If we could put them there, that would help fight fires regardless of whether or not anybody's getting a reduction on anything, right? Save lives.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Think
Yeah,
A
that's
starting point,
awesome.
right?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's a better way to go. We're not going to save a house at Wawakesh, but if we have lots of water that we can access, we're going to save the neighbor's house or the bush, or at least from it going too far away. So, you know, your insurance company's paying for your house anyway. So, you know, it's just the time difference in manpower through the day. It's a volunteer service, and that's what we look at. Yeah, I'd rather put in, you know, a standpipe or two a year and go that route than go this route. But thank you.
all right, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments that you want to make? So once again, how about we have a motion on the floor to receive the report. How about we pass this motion, and then I will provide an opportunity if someone wishes to make a motion to take some action on this. Specific action, we can do that. Okay, is that? Can I ask for those who are in favor of receiving the report, please?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
All right, thank you very much. That's carried. So we have received the report. Is there any, does anyone wish to make a motion to take any action at this time, or do you want to just leave it on advisement? I mean, one action, by the way, could be if you want to ask our staff to see if they would propose some additional, if and where they would propose some additional standpipes, and that could come back. Or we could have them, if you wish to have a motion to proceed with the accredited Superior Tanker Shuttle Service, then that would be the other thing. Any motions? Okay, if none, we will keep this on advisement, and we'll move on to item 9.4. The 9.4 is another item affecting our fire and rescue service. It's the ventilation of the Ardbeg Fire Hall. So need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby receives for information report Public Works -2024-10 entitled Ardbeg Fire Hall Ventilation. Who will move? Councilor Bray.
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
All right, that was Councilor Woods. Thank you very much. So this one is, this report actually came from our manager of Public Works, I guess. There is a note from our fire chief. So it says, well, I will ask our manager of public works, Mr. Creaser, who is here, if he wants to introduce his report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I believe Bob has done a lot of work on this and prepared, sorry, Chief Whitman prepared a report as well. And working with him, he knows the background and understands the background and the history of the building quite well. My portion of the report included considerations for lower cost options with storing the vehicles at Ardbeg Fire Hall. Considering the age of the building and the history that Bob's going to speak to as well, I didn't find any information related to any safety hazards historically in storing of the vehicles over the years. And Bob was helpful in explaining the risks of storing the vehicles. We did look at the implications and best practices that he had put in place, and we did discuss options moving forward. So moving forward, any improvements to the building or upgrades that require the building code, then absolutely considerations would be made. There was a couple of options that I put in that that may be an option. I don't know if they're the best option, but they would certainly move the air in the building. I think they'll cool off the building quite a bit as well if they're on in the wintertime. I think the building would be substantially cooler during this operation as well with my two options. But I'd like if I could have Chief Whitman bring forward his information that he had. He had a best practices in place, I believe, that's mitigating some of the risk, reducing some of the risks that are that have been identified. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Dave. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so we've been part of Ardbeg Fire Station since 2000 when the municipality amalgamated. That's an old post and beam building. We've never had an issue in there before. I'm sure if you did accidentally start a vehicle and fall asleep, you'd never die of carbon monoxide poisoning because there's so many heat losses and escape. And as Steinhoff's report indicated, we need new windows, and we have 2 CO detectors in the fire hall. They're both battery operated. One's battery operated and AC operated. So if the battery goes dead, it runs off of the AC. When the hydro goes off, which goes off quite often up in Ardbeg, especially past McDonald Drive, the CO detector will stay running using the battery. We have a best practice that we use that I believe is in the package on what we do when we open the doors and start the snowmobile, the boat, and stuff like that. And I think, again, I'm not big on wasting money. If I thought this was a big health and safety concern, we wouldn't be having this conversation because it would already have been done. I think to spend any money on that building because of the age of it, and right now I have one firefighter up there because again, it's just nobody to draw from. So we may have to look at some other options for that building over the next little while. So I don't feel spending any money other than what we have in place at this time is really a good use of taxpayers' money. Thank you.
All right, thank you for those introductions. Questions from councilors? Who's going to go first? Councillor Bray.
I'll go first. I think that Chief Whitman is correct that we need to figure out what we're going to do with that building. And the building is old. The building would certainly need, if we're going to use it as a fire hall, it needs to be upgraded many ways. And so I think to spend the money on this at this point when we haven't a clue what we want to do with the building, whether we're going to continue to have a hall up there or not, or if we're going to make significant upgrades to it, then I think those questions have to be looked at and asked before we think about spending more money. I agree with Chief Whitman. I don't think that we have used that hall for anything specific other than going up and just making sure that the equipment is running and working. I've never seen anybody at our hall down here even think about operating any of the equipment inside the building without the doors open. So I think that we need to also give our firefighters some credit that they are able to follow through with the requirements that are needed. And then I think we need, as council, need to have a discussion about that building.
Okay, thank you. Comments from others? Councillor Woods.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, I'll go. Thank you. I'm kind of happy now because it's starting to sound like common sense is going to prevail on this issue. I know I brought it up and I said from the beginning I didn't agree with spending the money. I think Councillor Bray said something very good there. You know, we need to give our firefighters credit for using common sense and actually being trained. I don't think we've had any issues up there. We are at some point going to have to figure out what we're going to do with that building, but throwing good money after bad to me is not something I'm willing to do. You know, if you put the air exchange system in, and you want it to work and the hydro goes out and everybody up there knows how often the hydro goes out in that end of town, then we'd have to have a backup generator. If not, then a firefighter wouldn't be allowed to enter the building. So I would much rather, if everybody wanted to spend money, we put it in a reserve fund and put it towards whatever we're going to have to do out there to keep it standing, or maybe look at whatever renovations would need done to use it in the future. And I'll leave my comments at that, Mr. Mayor, and thanks very much for the time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nash, did you have any comment? Question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, I think most of what I was going to say has been said by the other councillors, and I'd said it in past. So I have nothing more to add at this time.
Okay, thank you. I had, well, one question, I guess. I noticed now that there were three options provided in Mr. Creaser's report. Oh, well, it's a joint report, I'm sorry. One was an exhaust fan system with makeup air. Another one was an HRV with supplementary makeup air. And the third one was essentially do nothing other than, or invest nothing, let's say, other than to follow the established best practice, which the chief has outlined. I thought that there was another option that was discussed when this matter came up before, and that was simply to have an exhaust fan that came on when the light switch was turned on, which clearly would cost much less than either of those. It's, you know, might be $1,000 worth of electrical work. I noticed that isn't here at all, so I'm wondering why that was. Did somebody think that was that was not?
No, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, regardless of what kind of system you put in, you have to, according to the building code that Jamie presented, it has to be tied into a CO alarm. So when you to the lights, so when you come in and either the generator comes on, which means it comes on, or when you turn the lights on, the exhaust fan comes on. So, I mean, if the hydro's off for 4 hours and the generator kicks in and you're running the fan for 4 hours, you're sucking all the hot air back outside. So, yeah, I guess it was just an oversight on our part when we did that. But yeah, unless you have something to add to it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was put in place in option one, and the number is rather high. I had challenges getting any information of a contractor willing to go up there and one, do the work, or two, even give us an estimate on that. And the unit had to be fairly substantial, and it had to have a a makeup air, way to make up air. So attached to the light switch, exhaust switch is option one with makeup air. And as Chief Whitman did explain, explain the heat loss would be uncomfortable, to say the least, with that much air loss in the building. Based on the building code requirements, based on the square footage of the storage area, there's a calculation to give us the size of the fan and the amount of air that need to be moved.
Okay, so the cost of the contemplated solution that I was referring to is the $6,500 in option number one, correct?
That is correct. It may be less. I did have a very hard time nailing down any contractor to give me a firm price of doing that with the size of the fan and what kind of fan it would be. And so I didn't spend too much time chasing that down. I put in my best guess, so it could be a better number, but being that it was maybe not the best option in the dead of winter of flipping on a fan and losing that much hot air in the building, I didn't chase it down that hard.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Lamb has just joined us. Welcome back. He's getting settled in here. So for his benefit, I'll just mention that we are wrapping up discussion on item 9.4 in the agenda, which is the proposed HVAC upgrades for fire station. And I think everybody has spoken to this that wants to speak. Our motion is to receive the report, and I'm going to suggest that once again we receive the report, and then we would find out whether or not anybody wishes to make a motion to take any action on the basis of it. So if there's nothing further for anyone to say about this, do you have a comment in mind on this, or am I catching you off guard?
Well, yeah, I didn't expect to be here, so.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff I haven't really great detail. Yeah, who's in the meeting? Is Councillor Woods or Councillor
Councillor
Nash?
Woods and Councillor Nash are both online.
Oh, okay, thank you, thank you.
And so the four of us have been carrying on so far, and
So has the gist of the conversation been to simply write a procedure up there and not do all the work at the fire hall? Is that's my guess?
That appears to be the consensus, I would say offhand. And
good. Well, I agree with the consensus. That's all I have on the item.
Okay, thank you. There is a protocol which the chief has included in the report. So he's saying, okay, we're following this, and all right. So if I can, could we call the question on receiving the report, please, and then we'll see. So I've got three hands up in here, and Councillor
Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Does anyone wish to make a motion? And I would suggest to you that if you want to accept, you simply want to accept the protocol and not spend any money, then there's no need for a motion. If you wish to spend money, if you wish to have one of these other solutions implemented that costs money, you can make that motion now, and if not, then we'll move on. Going once. Going twice, gone. Thank you. So we are now finished with those reports, and we are on item 10, which is bylaws. And the first item that we had on the list was 10.1, which is a bylaw being a bylaw to enter into an agreement for conditions of approval. And our planning assistant has advised that this item is not ready for us to deal with. So I'm going to ask her just to explain that. And I think we will move on and not deal with it today based on what I think she's going to say. Go ahead. Can you
Through you, Mr.
just
Mayor.
tell us what the situation is, please?
Yes,
Paula?
through you, Mr.
Thank you.
Mayor. It has come to, after the review of the draft plan with the planning board, it has come to the decision of deferring the consent agreement, as the consent approval will need to go back to the planning board, as the lot configuration that was stated in the draft approval does not meet, I have to repeat myself, sorry. The lot configuration that was approved in the consent approval do not match. So it has to go back to the planning board for reapproval. The consent is lapsing on October 18th. The applicant will need to resubmit the fees and be brought back to council at a future date.
Do you say it lapses tomorrow?
No, October 18th.
October 18th.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So be going back to the planning board on September 23rd
Okay, thank you.
with a new amendment.
Thank you.
So with everyone's agreement, I suggest that we simply bypass item 10.1 and move on to item 10.2. 10.2 is the bylaw to close and stop up that portion of the shore road allowance on the Washkish as applied for by the Busenharts. So for this one, sorry, just flipping my pages over here till we get to the right one here. So I will read the motion for you. And we'll try and get a mover and seconder. That bylaw number 47-2024 being a bylaw to close and stop up that part of the original shore road allowance along the shores of Awashkesh Lake in front of lots 24 and 25, concession 9 in the geographic township of Mackenzie. And that's designated as parts 2, 3, 6, 9, 13, 15, 17, and 18 on Plan 42R22066 is hereby passed this 7th day of September 2024. Could I get a mover and seconder for that, please? Councillor Lamb is moving, seconded by.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. So that is, well, I was going to say it's open for discussion, but I will ask our planning assistant once again if she wants to just fill us in on how we got to this. I think most of you will remember it has been discussed previously by council. Paula, do you want to go?
Through you, Ms. Mayor. As you're aware, Michael and Nancy Busenhart applied for a shore road allowance. There was an issue about obtaining preliminary consent from a neighboring property. It has come back to council twice, and council has passed a resolution to go ahead and sell the shore road allowances to Busenhart. The notice was posted on the Perry Sound North Star online on August 12th. It was also posted on the municipal website on August 7th and also at the municipal office. The next step is for council to pass the bylaw to close the shore road allowance.
All right, thank you. Are there questions or comments from councilors?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just have one really quick question.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Paula, if I'm correct, I just wanted to make sure on this application, did the applicant end up getting the consent from their neighbors? I believe it was, but could you just refresh my memory on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Nash, can you repeat that one more time?
You're kind of cutting in
Sure.
and out.
Sorry about that. Did the applicant at the end receive approval from the neighbor? Were they able to contact them at the end? I believe they were. I just want to see if my memory is serving me correct.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, they were contacted by letter. They did not respond to the letter.
These are Americans.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they never heard back from them, or they did?
No, we did not hear back from them. I sent 2 letters to the abutting landowners without a response.
You remember?
Okay,
Councilor
thank
Nash?
you.
I'm sorry, if you remember, one of them was an American?
Well, the answer to your question is no, there was no response. They were contacted, but there was no response to the neighbors. And the response is not required for us it's our practice to try to get input from them, but they're not obligated to provide input. And even if they do, it doesn't affect whether council's decision on the matter. So are there any other questions or comments on this one? If not, we'll call the question, and this one being a planning matter, subject to our procedural bylaw, we'll have a recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. So we are now on to business matters. And the first one is 11.1, and this is a report. Well, it's not really a report. It's some background information on a community sport and recreation infrastructure fund. So the motion to get this on the floor would be that the council for the municipality of Whitestone does hereby provide the following direction to staff in respect of the community sport and recreation infrastructure fund grant opportunity. And of course, there is nothing after that so far. But if we could get a mover and seconder for that, then we will see if we have something to fill in, which could be anything from, could be do nothing or whatever else, but it'll at least get us to discuss it. So can I get a mover and seconder, please, that we
I'll move, Mr. Mayor, where I can second.
all right, Councillor Bray had her hand up, so I'll let her move, and Councillor Woods can second. Thank you very much. And I'm assuming that you have had a chance to look at essentially what this program would cover. You'll notice that there are essentially kind of 2 streams to it, one of which the distinction being that one is to repair or rehabilitate an existing facility. And the second one would be a new build or a signature new build. And the other sort of things I would highlight out of this, just to help refresh your memory about it, is that under normal circumstances, I mean, we are eligible to apply as a municipality for either of these. Under normal circumstances, you can get a very large grant. They can be up to like $1 million, but they only would cover 50% of the cost. Okay, we would have to come up with whatever we applied for. It would be 50% of the cost of whatever it was that we wanted to do. So I think with that, that's all I need to say by way of introduction. So I guess what we're looking for is if you have any specific ideas, and I will mention one when it's my turn that has been discussed a little bit by the rec committee, but I guess I'd like to see if others have ideas for this. And that's essentially what we're looking for is would you like to see the municipality pursue this grant? And if so, what would you want to do with it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if nobody else has their hands up
Go ahead.
at the council table. Thanks. I don't know if we'd be able to afford it even if it's 50%, but I would really like to see, there's the Maple Island Park, that's what I call it, that I think could use some improvements and maybe a new playground or, you know, a tennis court, or we'll call it a pickleball court, like a multi-use court of some sort. And also the baseball diamonds, which I know are overgrown right now, kind of just off near the municipal quarry, I'll call it, which I'd never visited until recently. I'd like to see something done on some of those grounds if we could, just to do some improvements there. I think a multi-use court of some sort, be it, you know, that could house basketball, tennis, pickleball at one of those locations might be a great idea. Might be out of our cost range, and I think upgrading or doing something with the playground, and there's some volleyball courts at the Maple Island Park. Doing something with some of that stuff would be a good use of an investment if we could. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Other suggestions?
And Mr.
Councillor
Mayor,
Lamb. Sorry, Councillor Lamb had his hand up. Oh,
no problem.
go ahead. We'll get to you, Brian.
Yeah, again, because I wasn't going to be here, I didn't have a lot of thought on this, but just as I'm sitting here, I don't know whether you're able to, Councillor Nash's suggestion is like a couple of areas that we look at. Are we able, do we have to pick the commons in one other area? Or is the commons just one project and another area is another project? And you know, I guess at 50%, we'd have to budget whatever the costs are for those things. The only thing I thought of, and this is probably way out there, but again, we make ice in the winter, and I'm not going to, you know, I just Googled what's the cost of a Zamboni, and a tractor pulled one is about 10,000, and a new Zamboni is up to 100,000. So, you know, I don't know. We've got now people volunteering to do it, and that's the only thing that came to my mind as a park. I also wondered whether the commons is an area for some of this stuff, or is it, we've got a property north of here, right, that we just purchased that we opened, I guess, for the fall fair. Are some of those things best to be put, or some of them at least put in Dunchurch? I don't know. But those are the only projects that, the thing that immediately sort of come to mind is the Thistle, or where the Thistle used to be. Thistle? No, The Twist, sorry.
Yeah.
I always get it mixed up with a restaurant in Burlington, but anyway, where the Twist used to be, but I don't know how you can twist it around and make it a recreation thing of any kind. So I guess I'll back off that, but anyway, those are my thoughts, and I'll defer obviously to what council thinks is the right way to go here. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Woods, you were.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Councillor Lamb, it's kind of funny you were just saying that. I literally just looked at a used Zamboni suitable for small outdoor rinks for sale on Kijiji for cheap, actually. And it was a good running machine. When I thought about this, Parkland and upgrading our parks, I think is a good idea. I kind of like what Councillor Nash had said. You know, we've got a baseball diamond that haven't done much with. We got the commons area out in Maple Island that we could definitely do a little bit of upgrades. I know one thing that I have heard on, I couldn't tell you how many occasions, usually from all of the kids in the area, is can we please get a swing set at the park? Because what kid doesn't like to go on the swings? And we never really had a setup for swings at our park over here at the Dunchurch Beach because of space restrictions, and we did just acquire the other property there. We could maybe look at a swing set, but I don't know if we could do multiple spots and do it as we're going to upgrade all of our recreation facilities kind of thing and see if we could get a grant for it. But we also have to spend up to 60% of our parkland dedication fee every year, right? So that could be another way to look at some money to go towards this. And then if we could get a grant opportunity, that's fantastic. But anything we could do to upgrade those types of facilities, I think, is going to go a long way for our community. They all get pretty well used, even though not all of us use them all the time, right? But they do get well used. I mean, you go to the beach or our park area in the summertime, and there's days where it's overrun with people, and it's great to see. I love seeing all the kids and families out there using all those types of facilities. Good way to build community and keep everybody active.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we heard from Councilor Bray. Did you have any comments you wanted to make?
Yeah, I think, you know, anything that we can do with our different parks. I like Councillor Nash's idea about the play set up in the Commons. And I also think that what Councillor Woods said about a swing set, I know that kids would like that. I think with the Twist, I think that's another discussion piece that we really should have sometime soon. So we get, and I think did we not agree that we would have a public meeting? So I think we need to think about having that fairly soon so that we can then start planning for what we want to do with that property. I think that we've had it for a while now. It's time to start thinking about the use of that land, the building, if we're going to use it, and then what we can do with it. Because again, that might have, then once we can start planning, we can start maybe putting money away. And then maybe when something like this comes up, we have some money available to look at applying for a grant like this that might help us. So, but I'm fine with the ideas that have been brought forward already. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So a couple of comments, or well, first some items of information just from my reading of this. A couple of things that we need to note. The intake for applications is open right now. The deadline to apply is Tuesday, October 29th, 2024 at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So that's how much time we have. It's not a panic, but we would have to put something together. My understanding, and I don't see this in writing in the material we have, but I don't think there is anything to stop us from combining multiple projects. The ones that have been discussed so far do not seem to be large amounts of money. And maybe, you know, so I don't think there's anything to stop us from saying we want to put, you know, to do something at the Maple Island Commons, and we want to do something, we want to do baseball diamond, or we want to do a Zamboni or a swing set or whatever those things are. You know, once we figure out what they, of course, it takes time for us to figure out what those things are going to cost, but we could certainly do that between now and October, end of October. I don't think there's anything to stop us from combining them into a single application. That's something we would have to check to confirm, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. They don't seem to suggest that there's any restriction there. The other thing that I wanted to mention to you is that there has been just some discussion, and this is with respect to the twist, okay, in the Recreation Committee. And what brought it about is that we have had some donations of things like, for example, we have a couple of ping pong tables that are coming. And right now we don't have any place to put them other than, say, the Grange or or some other storage facility, right? But the thought was that until we get plans together to do something with the twist, we could actually use it for something. We could use it to have, you know, maybe have a games night over there, and we could set some of those things up even just in the front part of it. And yeah, because I believe it can be used as it is. It's not unsafe or anything like that. And this would be a temporary thing. Obviously, we would have to figure out. I don't think it was anybody's suggestion that this would prejudice the long-term use of that property, which ultimately I suspect will result in the building being torn, the existing building being torn down. But in the meantime, we're paying to heat it and so on. And it's got electricity and heat and water and everything in it. So there's nothing, I don't see that there's anything, maybe a little bit of refurbishment in a couple of areas, but it could be used in the meantime. And some of the recreation programs that are tight for space and maybe not suitable for, like, you know, if we were going to do ping pong in here, for example, we'd have to bring in the tables, set them up, then we'd have to find some place to store them. So they'd be going back and forth to storage all the time, but they could be left set up. I'm just using that as an example. So to get some money, that again, there would be some costs involved, perhaps with maybe the deck and wheelchair ramps have to be cleaned up a little bit. And there's some, if you've seen inside it, there are some rough spots where the guys that owned it before us were starting to renovate it, and we need to fix those up. So there'd be some cost associated with that, but it wouldn't be very much. So that's another item that I would suggest. And by the way, the rec committee is intending to bring an application to council saying we want to do this, but they won't be till the next meeting, which is next week, that this gets wrapped up. So anyway, that's my comment for this. So we have this open-ended, sorry, Councillor Lamb. Yeah, go ahead.
I think a lot of these suggestions are okay. Just some things that come to the top of my mind as we think. Swings, there's a lot of regulations and stuff associated with swings. I'm not against swings, but again, staff has to look through the whole thing, right? You have to have someone who's super qualified, who's certified. You know, you just don't put a swing set up and away you go. So, and again, that doesn't mean I'm against them. I think that's something staff has to make sure that we either have or as part of any before we make any decision. The ballpark always complexes me because it sits over there. I go down there. It's hardly ever used. I'm sure if we had a report, well, maybe I'd be surprised, but I don't think I would on how much the ballpark is used or most likely not used. So I'm not exactly sure what we would do with the ballpark. And if we put a lot of money into it, what will we kind of, if you build it, they will come kind of, or they won't, right? You know, so some of the other things like the commons and down here hit me as more bang for your buck than a ballpark does, right? And as far as the twist, I don't mind if we put ping pong tables in there, but you got to be very careful that the community doesn't read that as the permanent location of ping pong, or we won't have to, well, we would not, it wouldn't be looked kindly on by the community, would be my guess, if we framed it to say it's just in there until we figure out what we're going to do. But that is, I think, fine, but that's my thought on that. Also down here, one final thought is, again, maybe I'm biased towards Dunchurch here, but this whole dock system here doesn't work, because if one boat parks on the left side of the dock we put in, people can't get in and out, right? And you have to go track someone down and say, is that your boat? Please move it so I get my boat out. That's why we put the second dock over here, but there's no access to that second dock, right? So one can't put a boat in or out there. So it's a bit of an issue. So I don't know what the answer is, but we also have down the way a bit behind Church Street, some water access off of Church Street that we bought when we bought the Twist, right? Is that an area we could put a new dock in and relieve some of the pressure and you know, bring it down Church Street? And so again, these are just thoughts that are coming to my mind as I sit here. So there's a lot of good ideas here. I don't know, and I guess all these things could be sort of evaluated in terms of general costs. And then we could make a decision next month, I guess. And I guess the key is, can we combine a whole bunch of projects, right? If we can't, then we're gonna have to pick one. And I would suggest we pick the most expensive one, right? Or two, right? So anyway, that's just my thoughts, right? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Just two pieces of information. One piece of information with respect to the baseball diamond. The last time the baseball diamond, an attempt was made to use it in an organized way, was pre-pandemic, and the rec committee of the day, I wasn't on it, but my daughter was. They tried to organize some activities at the ball diamond, and they did get it. Our public works people went and they cut the grass and they cleaned it up and did various things. The problem that they experienced was when they went to use it was that there were because it was all grown up around the outside of it, there was a huge problem with insects, black flies and mosquitoes. And a couple of times they had events planned there and they got driven out basically by the bugs. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. At one time in the past, apparently there were regular games there, but it's not been for a long time. I guess the other thing I would say is, and I mean, I would normally oppose any things that are, you know, any uses of the Twist that in the you know, in the absence that might alter it or anything, in the absence of us having a you know, an opportunity to think through what we want to do with that. But that, folks, is going to take some time. I mean, if we started this fall to think about that, we wouldn't, and had a public meeting and accepted input from various people and so on, that wouldn't get done until sometime next year. So we're not going to get any, we're not going to be using the application for that, for you know, any sort of long-term purpose of it. I don't know why using it temporarily for some purpose would cause, would make a problem. Okay, once we decide what we're going to do with it, then, and actually get doing it, that's probably a couple of years away, right? By the time we would start, you know, tearing it down or doing something. So I don't know why we're prejudicing anything. In the meantime, it's just going to sit there and deteriorate if it
Yeah,
stays
but
closed.
Mr. Mayor, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just suggesting that we communicate that
Oh,
it's
yeah.
temporary. That I wasn't saying don't use it because it's
No.
temporary.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I was going to say that something similar is that it's, if we don't communicate it well, the perception is now this is what it is, and we haven't even had a meeting about it. So I'm just saying that my thing would be that we need to make sure the public knows that it's temporary. But I would also suggest too that the committee needs to understand very, very clearly that it's temporary, and what are they going to do with the equipment? Where is it going to go? Should the twist be used for something else? Because in 2 years, if it is that long, 1 or 2 years down the road before we have a decision, that when a group uses a facility for that length of time, they get to feel that that's theirs and it's theirs to use. And unless there is an alternate plan already in place, ready to go, so that everybody knows that should this be torn down or whatever, given to some other group, I don't know what, but that they understand that this is the alternate plan. This is where all their stuff is going to go. Because once you start having a bigger space, you accumulate more stuff. And when you accumulate more stuff, you need storage. And we don't have very good storage here.
And I would suggest that in today's world, you can build something up to 160 square feet without a building permit. And I suspect you could find areas where you could store, I'm not talking initially, but I'm talking long-term. You just put a building or two up, right? And stick them somewhere, and there's your ping pong tables in there, right? And, or some solution like that, right?
Yeah, well, the challenge isn't, I understand. The challenge isn't to find a place to store the ping pong tables. The challenge is a place to put them where you can actually use them, I think. But anyway. I will say one other thing. I'm sorry to keep going here, but if our CAO clerk were here, she would probably say to you that one of the things that occurred to her was, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but one of the things she said was perhaps we should be looking at a possible extension to this building that we're sitting in right now, which would be a much larger project. But the problem, as you know, is that we have no room for store. Like, we used to have mats in here that we used for things. The reason they're not here anymore is there is absolutely no convenient place to store them, that you wouldn't be a big job to drag them out every time you want to use them. These tables on the carts over here against the wall, they're not supposed to be there. They're supposed to be in storage somewhere at a site, but where? No place. And when we if everybody who's invited to the volunteer appreciation dinner shows up, we have more people than will fit in this room. So again, I throw that out to you to see if you have an appetite for doing something bigger, and whether we would be able to turn this over in the time between now and the end of October. I got a question, to be honest, but something to think about. We could extend this building that way, and we got 2 years to complete the project, right? So, and there's $1 million available, so I don't know. Anyway, look, that's.
Well, how much total is there throughout the province?
20 million. No, 200 million.
200 million.
200 million. Sorry, not 20. 200.
You have to think that way too.
One application can be up to 1 million.
I realize, but I would think if there's, well, I don't know if there's 200 million, are we likely to get 1 million? I don't know. But we should be thinking, I do agree, we should be thinking big if we think there's a possibility we're going to get it. But you go big and then get nothing, and then you're going, what the heck, right? My guess is that if you put a whole series, if you can, of smaller projects that make sense, that you're more likely to get that might, cost us 200 grand or what. I'm just saying, right? We'd have to still come up. Don't forget, you have to come up with the other 50%.
Yeah.
As Councillor Woods says, you have the parkland dedication that you could use for some of this to augment it. So I don't know. I think they're all good ideas. I don't know how you put together what you want for storage. I would think attached to this building, I think is what you're saying, because I don't think we can expand the building so that greater seating capacity, or I think you're talking millions for that, I would think. But I don't know. That's a big chore to.
I'm guessing it is.
Yeah, that's a big chore to put together in the next month.
Yeah.
And they probably will say, where's your drawings, or where's
Yeah,
your
oh,
this,
yeah,
or where's
yeah.
that? And suddenly you don't have them, and I think that's,
Yeah.
you know, we could get ourselves in trouble by going big, right? So.
Okay, so going back to our motion here so that we can move on, are you content to say that the council for the municipality of Whitestone does hereby provide the following direction to staff in respect of the communication, sport and recreation infrastructure fund grant opportunity? And it would be to investigate the projects that have been suggested, because I have a note of them here.
The costs associated with.
Well, all right, the costs associated, well, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy with that, as you're saying. I think a lit multi-use court might get a lot of use of summer from residents. Anyways, we've all talked, I don't need to go on again, but I think it'd be great for them to look into all the items that have been spoken about, bring it back to us.
All right, so,
Budgets.
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
sorry to interrupt. I just got one quick one that I just thought about here. I know we have to do the AODA upgrade to everything. Would that include something like the dock systems out on Wawash Cache, right, to make them accessible, right? Because that, I mean, those are big docks, and wouldn't that be under recreation also, could fall in and maybe help us out? Because I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to end up spending a substantial amount of money to upgrade those docks for someone to get down on a wheelchair kind of thing, right? Or someone with canes.
sorry, I'm trying to look at the terms of reference that are here. They don't reference AODA specifically, but they do say improve health and safety, accessibility, and environmental standards of facilities. So I would say that probably, I mean, that's got to be that's got to include AODA, it seems to me. Magic word is accessibility.
Yep.
I guess these are things that could be clarified. It's a good idea, but I'll add a note. So I'll just put docs. I've got docs here, but I'll put two things. One is Oshkosh accessibility, and the other is, what the other one was, the Whitestone docs. Okay, so investigate the costs associated with the projects suggested and the feasibility of applying, I'll say the feasibility of applying for them by the deadline,
As a group,
or,
that's.
all right, that's fair enough, for them as a group by the deadline. All right, so I will read this to you again. The whole motion that we have is that the council for the municipality of Whitestone does hereby provide the following direction to staff in respect of the community sport and recreation infrastructure fund grant opportunity. Investigate the costs associated with the projects suggested and the feasibility of applying for them as a group by the deadline. Are we good with that?
Mhm.
Mover and seconder, are you good with it? All right, can we call the question on this one then, please? All those in favor, please raise your hands, or if you're on Zoom, please.
Councillor Woods, yeah.
Nash, yes.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That motion is carried. Next item, 11.2, is the DPSMA fall meeting in Point of Barrel on September 27th, 2024. here's the motion to get this going, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the agenda for the DPSMA Fall 2024 meeting and approves the following council members and staff to attend the meeting. So if I can get a mover and seconder, then we'll populate the list. Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by,
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
thank you, Councillor Woods. Oh, sorry, I flipped the paper over, but here it is. The date, of course, is Friday, September the 27th, 2024, which is what, two weeks, right? Well, a week away from this Friday. And it is in Point of Barrel, the Point of Barrel Community Center. So, question is who wants to go? You have an agenda here that you can see. I'm certainly interested in going. And anybody else interested in? Councillor Gray?
I can't go.
Okay, so Councillor Gray has. Gentlemen on the phone, anybody there like to go to this?
Me personally, Mr. Mayor, I like this one that I went to. You and Councillor Lamb and I went over to the one in Sprucedale. This is that association meeting, right? Then the one we hosted at ours.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are great meetings. I'd love to say I'm gonna go. I'm just not 100% sure on the date right now if I would be able to go.
Well, all right, we can put down a question, your name with a question mark if you'd like. It's not too expensive, this one.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd be unable to attend. That date does not work for me.
Okay, so I will just make a note here. Councillors Lamb and Nash unable. So do we have any idea if you or Michelle would want to go? I'm asking our deputy clerk. So usually our CAO clerk and our deputy clerk attend, so.
Put their names down. They
We'll
can
put their
decide.
names down, so. Michelle Hendry. All right, so with those names, then can we approve this motion? All those in favor, please wave your hands or all out from
Councillor
the
Nash, yes.
internet.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you very much. That's on with that one. Okay, so 11.3. Checking my list off here. This is a report that came back from the Ontario Ombudsman. And we are required to receive the report. We're not required to do anything other than that. There is, of course, a suggestion on the part of the Ombudsman that we tell them what we are going to do if anything that is different from what we're already doing, I guess. But I'll read to you the motion that our clerk has prepared. And we'll see if we get a mover and seconder. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information Ombudsman report entitled Investigation into Complaints about Meetings Held by the Municipality of Whitestone on December 21st, 2022, January 5th, March 6th, March 13th, March 21st, and April 4th and 13th of 2023. And the complaint was dated September 21st, 24. And that the council of the municipality of Whitestone has addressed recommendations outlined in the ombudsman's report of September 2024, or will be addressing issues going forward. And then there is a colon, and there are 3 items here which I guess are referenced in the report. Number 1, all members of council for the municipality of Whitestone will be vigilant in adhering to their individual and collective obligation to ensure the municipality complies with its responsibilities under the Municipal Act 2001. All meeting notices. Number 2, all meeting notices have included and will continue to include accurate information about the time and location of the meeting, including how the public can access electronic meetings. Council will ensure that when the municipality's website is inaccessible, the public will be notified by other means such as social media. And number 3, all resolutions that are to proceed in camera have and will continue to provide a general description of all issues to be discussed in a way that maximizes the information available to the public while not undermining the reason for excluding the public. So, would somebody like to move that mouthful?
I'll move that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nash moves, seconded by
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
all right, seconded by Councillor Woods. So it is open for discussion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might. As the
Go
mover.
ahead.
Perfect. And first off, just one thing I think maybe when we come out of all our comments on the motion, the first point that you read, I think it said all council will. I think it should be all council and staff, as staff are the ones that direct a lot of the meetings instead of council. Maybe we can come to that when I'm done my comments here. But anyways, I'm happy that the report has been made public now, and I'm sure many of us saw it, that it was in the paper over the past week also. It's important, I think, that we follow the rules and procedures, and it is, to me, really, really important. And it's one of the reasons why I wanted to be part of the council, was to try to ensure that we're following rules and regulations. You know, a couple excerpts from the report. You know, it says council's comments during the April 4th and 13th meetings show a critical misunderstanding of the Democratic's public right to access meetings and observe governments in action. Item 44 said council members suggested that the municipality did not have an obligation to provide notice of meetings that consisted of what they characterized as solely closed for business. And the final one, item 46, said the municipality's no harm, no foul attitude must be rejected. Compliance with the law is not optional. Council may not breach the mandatory requirements of the Act when they feel that no harm may come from failing to provide adequate public notice. You know, I hear it quite often. We say, well, that's just the way we've done things. But anyways, the report clearly shows to me that we are, as a municipality, not following the rules and regulations as well as we could be or should be. All councillors, I believe, should read our manuals to ensure we do our part. Staff, the clerk, must ensure that the meetings are being run as required and all the rules and regulations are being followed at all times as part of staff's responsibility as clerking the meetings. As I'm sure some people know, I did make several of the complaints, but I did not make all of the complaints to the ombudsman. And I am happy with the reports and hope that we can all improve on following procedures and regulations better so that there's not more ombudsman complaints. So I think I really want to take this as a learning curve, a learning opportunity for us, for the municipality and staff, and see us all do better when it comes to openness and transparency. And I'm glad this is behind us. And then just going back to my first point, I do think the very first motion point when you read it out should say all staff. Is not council that plans the meetings or posts the meetings, that's staff. So I think it's important that that's listed there as well. So thank you for the time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I would simply point out to you that those items 1, 2, and 3 were taken directly from the recommendations in the ombudsman's report. They're anyway, that's it. This is what we are playing back what the ombudsman said essentially in the motion. Other people, other councillors who wish to comment. Councillor Lamb?
I don't think anyone wants to hear what I think on this. Thank you. I say that respectfully, but
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I have
Yes.
a question. So what are we're gonna write the motion, or the motion that we've moved and seconded. We're gonna vote on that motion, but what happens with this report now? Do we have to post this on our website, or do people go on the internet and find copies of this? Just, I'm curious.
Our deputy clerk is going to answer your question, Councillor Woods.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. The report has been posted on our website. There is a link to it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Did you hear that all right? You heard that all right?
Yeah, I heard that. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. I don't know whether we're required to, but it's been done, so. All right. If there's nothing further, I will call the question then to, on the motion as it was read. All those in favor? Online?
Could we get a recorded vote, Mr. Mayor? Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
All right, thank you. I'm just looking. 1.3. All right, just flipping through some pages here till we get to the next item. Oh, next item is correspondence. All right, so let's see. We have a motion then to address the correspondence that's in the package. Suggested motion reads like this: whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items as listed on page 7 of the September 17th, 2024 council meeting agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that council receives the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion and action. And we'll determine those in a minute, but if we could first get a mover and seconder, that would be great. And we'll pick the ones you want to talk about.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, it's moved by Councillor Woods and seconded by Councillor Bray. So we have the motion on the floor. Please indicate of the items. And I can. Tell you, I'll have to go back and find the list of them, which is fact. Where was it? On the, oh, it's on the back. So for the list, we have items A to G. And I can tell you offhand that I'm wanting to pull items C, F, and G because I'll let you know that there are actually 2 more letters that have since come in that were too late to circulate that deal with they are virtually identical to E, F, and G. So one of the, it doesn't matter which one, but one of those. There is the other ones. A is support for the immigrant nominee program from Terrace, motion from Terrace Bay, a request from municipality of Sterling or town of Sterling to request the province update the limit on the public sector salary disclosure. That's the sunshine list. They want to get it cranked up by inflation from the $100,000 it is now. Cambridge is a mental health and addiction survey. Russell is call for the province to update the Municipal Elections Act. And the rest have to do with this bylaw 33-24, 2024. So what ones would you like to talk about it? Any?
Well, you said you were going to pull E, F, and G.
I was
is
going
that-
to say, I was going to pull one of them. We'll just say E, F, G. Nothing else other than that? Okay. All right. All I've wanted to do with respect to this, these folks are I just want to draw to the attention of council. These folks are on Shawanaga Lake in water access only properties. And essentially what they are complaining about, if you look at the complaints, they're similar. They're saying that there is not sufficient parking space at Beach Road. And some of them are, of course, saying we need a place to put our, saying we can allow our, the current bylaw says, well, you can have your trailer attached for a maximum of 14 days. But, you know, they periodically have to leave with the trailer not attached and they go to get groceries or whatever if they're staying, and then they don't necessarily have a place to put the trailer. And so I think they're raising an issue around, and it sounds fairly similar to the issue that we had at the Washkish Landings, where they don't, it's really water access people. And some of them have gone on to say, well, you know, if there were more access off the Shawanaga Lake Road, which has been extended a fair bit over the years, then, you know, that there might be other solutions to the problem, but they're complaining that there's a problem. And I'm suggesting that perhaps we have to have a look at this, or have our staff have a look at it, and see what to make of this. That's why I'm drawing it to your attention. As I mentioned, there are 2 more letters that came in this week, and I forwarded them to staff, but they were just sent to me. Usually when people do this, they send it to everybody, but they sent them to everyone on council, but they just sent them to me. So I forwarded them to staff to put on the correspondence agenda, but it had already gone out, so they won't, the other 2 won't make it. There could be more, and there could be more between now and the next meeting. I don't know. So anyway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple comments, if I might.
You may.
Thank you. When was it? A couple weeks ago, I toured a number of the boat launches with Councillor Lamb, and Shawanaga was one of the ones that we went to. And if I have the right boat launch in mind, you know, I personally was pleased that our bylaw officer had been out and had put some warning signs. At first I thought, why warnings? Maybe it should have been tickets, but then I concluded that he was doing the right thing. And there was a warning sign on one of the trailers explaining our new bylaw and asking that they move it. And, you know, Shawanaga boat launch is down a fairly steep hill, and everybody was following, I'd say, the rules. There was one trailer, but everybody else was following the rules. Everybody was parking on one side, except one vehicle that was parked on the wrong side of the road, which I believe was impeding somebody with a party boat from getting out. And I'd actually made the comment, I wonder if we own any other land around that we can enhance the parking, make a better parking spot somewhere to allow more vehicles so that they're not parked only on the side of the road. But when it comes to the trailers, I'd also gone up, and Mr. Lamb had as well. And when we went to a wash cache, there was a number of trailers that again had the warning signs, but many trailers, there was a lot fewer trailers there than there had been previous years. So I think a lot of people are getting the information. Lots of people have gotten the warnings, or a number of people, and are trying to figure out what to do. And I think it's important that we understand we do have hundreds and hundreds of water access only properties. On my lake, there's a number. On every lake, there's a number of them. But all we're saying as municipality, we don't expect to see trailers parked there without vehicles attached to them and used as a storage area. If you're going to have your trailer there and your boat's in the water, or it's a water access property, there's other places that you can store a trailer. Nobody's trying to stop people from using their cottage. Nobody's trying to do anything like that. We as a municipality are simply trying to say, we're trying to clean up our boat launches to allow more vehicles there. We just don't want it to be a storage unit. But I do think Shawanaga might be a perfect example that maybe staff can look to. Is there anywhere else we can get a few more parking spots? I know people had parked just down the road from the turnoff to the boat launch, but I'm not sure if that was on public property or private property. But those are my comments when I come to this. I think we probably do need to do something as improvement as a few of the other boat launches. Certainly one thing that really jumped out when I was touring with Councillor Lamb was better signages, at not only there, but at all the boat launches. But I'll leave it at that. Hopefully I've gotten some of my comments across to other members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments from councillors? If any?
Hello?
Oh, sorry, Councillor
I
Lamb.
forgot I came in. Yeah, I did go out with Councillor Nash, and I agree with him wholeheartedly when it comes to things like signage. You know, some of our signs are behind a little tree and you can't even see them. They're so small. I think we need to put a bigger sign that has our logo and everything on it saying municipal access, etc. But that's something that that jumped out. I think for the most part, our trailer bylaw has worked. Out at Wawaskesh, there were a number of warnings that were put on the boats, and hopefully most of those are gone now. So there's compliance in 95% of the areas, right? I guess I have some difficulty in that, one of these people, I sent an email back and said, hey, tell me what you did before this, right? What did it look like last year, the year before, or the year before? And I never heard back from them, right? So I still haven't, other than an email from them. This particular person didn't have a telephone or anything on it. And so I didn't hear anything back, right? So at Shawanaga, I don't know whether there's a special case or a whatever, an encroachment agreement or something that we should be doing. What we should be doing is listening to them if they want to make a delegation to council. Our bylaw stands until they do make that, until we change it, right? We can't change the bylaw. just based on a couple of emails. So I think we need more information from them. That doesn't mean necessarily that we'll do anything, or we may do something. I don't know, but it's limited space up there. This is Beach Road, and it's up top where they park. But was that whole parking lot filled with trailers in the past? I don't think so. So, and again, most of the bylaw stuff is by complaint, is what I say. So, but I don't know. If someone pulled up in front of Church Street here and put the boat up there and chained her to the fence and left her there for the summer and said, well, or came in from an island on Whitestone and said, I want to put my boat here and chain it to the fence while I go to town, we'd probably say you can't do that, right? It's unattended. So what we have to make sure we do is be fair to everyone. But if there is an exception that's very clear to us, then take some action. The other thing I'd suggest to you is on Shawanaga Lake, there are a number of people aren't even in our community. They're part of McDougall. And we ran into that, at the planning board last month, or this council had to comment on that, right? So we're going to allow the people who are McDougall residents to say, okay, well, you guys can bring your trailer in too, because I don't think in a public landing you can say, well, you can do it, you can't, maybe we can, but that makes a further complication. And so I want to listen to them. I think we should, maybe invite them to make a delegation or whatever and answer some questions that council may have. And in addition to that, maybe staff can come up with some solution that takes into account the bylaw that I think is pretty good bylaw for our boat launches, and maybe there's some creative solution that we're losing. But I don't think we should. I think we should at least listen if they're willing to come forward, I guess. And I think the mayor is basically maybe saying the same sort of thing. So, okay, thank you. That's all I have to say.
All right.
And I don't
thanks.
know whether there's any other lakes. I know there was one from Wawashkesh that said, I want special treatment in the fall or something, right? Or the early spring, but they basically have a marina out there with all kinds of storage up the road for trailers and things like that. And they also have the garbage area up at Wawashkesh. So they have other options. These people have and on Shawanaga seem to have little, unless they know someone, right? All you have to do is know someone and say, I'm going to town. Can I park my boat there while I go to town and instead up in the parking lot, right? That's all I have to do is know someone else in the community, I guess. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments on this? Okay, if not, I guess we'll just call the question on the motion, which was to receive the correspondence items. All those in favor, please. raise your
Councillor
hands.
Wolf,
Thank you.
Councillor Nat,
So,
yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, are we going to maybe call some of these people and tell them, or just rely on them listening to this, or what's going to happen from here? I don't know.
Well, yeah, I was, that was a question that occurred to me, and a couple of them, as I mentioned, corresponded with me. And there was no indication that they had copied any of the rest of council. And I thought to myself, well, I guess I should tell them something, but I thought, well, it's going to be, council would and I don't know, I wouldn't know what to tell them, but I think we could get back to them if they, it's my understanding, and I need to check this is still the case, but I don't think the Shawanaga Lake people have an association, or they don't seem to have an active association, but I'm sure that we could.
The closest is Margie.
Well, I was going to say, there are
But
a
it's not
couple of people I know who might be willing to organize a response. And I mean, if it were up to me, I would say, okay, let's try to engage them and see what it is, see that we understand what it is they're asking
Yeah.
for, and see if there is, I have to say, I have a little bit of of sympathy for the situation that has happened, because I look back at this when I was a young person first in this area. The Shawanaga Lake Road was just a trail through the bush, and it didn't go as far as that property that was a farm. There was a farm there, and I think that's about how far it was. If you drive in, you'll notice on the left, there's a huge area that it's all made of nice grass, like somebody's lawn in the city, right? And that's as far as it went. And now, if you keep going to the very end, what's called Land's End, it's a half-hour drive practically. You're going all the way to the far north extremity of the lake. And so what's happened over the year, and it's not necessarily this municipality's fault because a lot of it preceded the formation of the municipality, but it's kind of a forest road that kept getting extended. And what happens when that happens is that, you know, the more traffic there is, the more wear and tear there is in the road. And our works department are doing a super job, in my opinion, of trying to address the concerns, especially on the part that we maintain. But after you get past a certain point, there's some places where it's hard to maintain because it goes through rock and stuff, as you know. And so, you know, I don't know. I mean, I think we should find out how many water access properties there really are and how the people use them and that sort of
Yeah,
thing. And
through
that's
you-
what we did,
through
by the
you-
way, with
yeah,
the wash cache.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we had that information last month when it came forward, like with the planning matter. Remember, there's so
Oh, yeah,
many,
yeah.
so many from McDougal, so many from yeah. So I think we have the only question they don't have to make a delegation. The only thing I want them to put out in an email is what they did in the past. Like, I don't remember, and have our public works department comment. Like, seems to me that were there half a dozen trailers that, I mean, that would take up a significant amount of that whole parking
Oh, yeah,
lot,
it would.
right? So something's not making sense to me, right? And I think council ought to know what that is. So that's the only main question I would have of them. They don't have to delegate, just tell us, then, you know, or any other pertinent information that they want to tell us, and we'll discuss it and I guess
Well-
affirm our bylaw or not, or whatever.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Through
Deputy
you,
Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I have notes from P. Smith and Kelly on Zoom, who are apparently on Shawniga Lake, both indicating that they are happy to make a delegation, or if you have questions of them right now, I can ask them to unmute to answer your questions.
Well, I think it's better that, you know, somehow maybe they talk to others on the lake or whatever, and that we get, you know, so we're not, well, we heard from Kelly, we heard from, but we didn't hear from these two, right? I think they've got a month to kind of come back to us. I would think most of the boats are coming out pretty soon, but I would like to see it a little more organized than just hearing from them today, because it's not on the agenda, right? And if it's
Correct.
not on the
Correct.
agenda, then we're, you know, maybe getting a little offside here. So, thank you.
I can reach out and ask them to make a delegation, possibly for October.
Yeah, and they can do it by Zoom if they want to. That's good, right? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I think we did conclude this item. There was, I guess, there is a matters arising from correspondence, so we've kind of talked about that. I'll just make a note, possible delegation, but I'll undertake to make sure that there is some response from us that people have written in. Okay, number 13 is counselor items. Are there any counselor items?
If I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead.
Perfect. I just had 3 items here. I guess first off was just in regards to the official plan. I was just wondering if staff would know when the report will be coming back to us on how the RFP went for the planners or the consultants we might be engaging for that. I was wondering if that might be on the next agenda in October.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe our planning assistant Paula can answer that. She just needs a moment. She's wrestling with her microphone.
Through you, Ms. Mayor, a report will be presented to council at the October 15th council meeting.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you both. And my second question was, if staff could provide to myself, or I'm sure all of council would like to know, I know on our budget this year, I don't believe I've seen a tender close as of yet for the guardrail work or the, I'm going to call it the bridge abutment work. So I don't know if that has been tendered as yet or if that will be coming to us in October. And the second part of that question is if we could be provided a map as to where the locations of this major guardrail work will be, as I'd like to just go and see the area.
Our public works manager is no longer in the meeting, so I don't know. Can you respond, Wendy?
I cannot respond. If Councillor Nash wants to put his next question forward, I can try to get in touch with Public Works Manager Reeser to see if he can answer that.
Yeah, and Wendy, if you'd like, maybe you can just send out you don't need to do it right now, maybe just send out an email, quick little update to us as to when that tender would be out or if it's closed.
Okay.
And to the location so that I can go visit it. And the third question I had was I'm wondering if possible, I guess it's a request, if the Alds Bridge rehabilitation work, which was on the budget last year, and then we've put it on the budget for next year, and I'd done a freedom of information request actually for the information in regards to it. And I'm hoping that staff might be able to bring that forward in October or November, just so all of council can see the numbers that are brought forward, which are, I'm going to use the word hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars more than what was in the budget. So I think I'd rather be ahead of the game on that one, being able to discuss it well before the budget next year. So I'm hoping that what I was provided might be able to be on an upcoming agenda so all of council can see it and we can talk as council and figure out what we want to do. So those were my three items. Thank you very much.
So I guess my question is, why would we not do that as part of the budget process for next year? I mean, regardless of what the estimate is, we can't.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, instead of seeing it next year at the budget, you know, we had a number of 250,000 for the last 2 years, and before this year's budget, you know, staff had numbers that showed 600 or 650,000. That's a far cry from 250. So we're carrying a number that's not even close to where it is. So instead of bringing it up and saying we need to do it and being miles apart or, you know, a couple Cadillacs away, I'd rather bring it up at a council meeting so we can all discuss it and see the numbers, the real numbers, as to where they stand now and where we want to go, instead of in May on a job that has to be done in July. So I'm just nicely asking if we could get it on
well, I guess the only thing is that if a report comes saying, well, we think the number is this in November, council would not take any action on the council would not say, oh yeah, we're going to do it. And in 2024 because we would be prejudicing our budget discussions for 2025, right?
No,
So there's no
no,
way
but
we're,
we'd be able
you know,
to,
it's,
we'd be able to
you have
see
the
the
information, but it's
information.
going to sit there until the budget time to get, in order to get it,
Right.
because we don't know if it'll
Right.
fit or not, right?
Right, but we can see how expensive it is and what other ways you might want to do it, and be very forthcoming and transparent, like I always say. Instead, I've been able to see them, which are public documents because it was through freedom of information, yet council doesn't know about it, and I know about it, and the numbers are night and day to what's on our budgets. So I'm just asking that it be brought forward so we can all be informed and transparent. That's all.
Well, okay, fine. You've raised
Thank
the
you.
issue and we'll see what, we'll see if what kind of response we get from staff, I guess, about your request. I do want to point something else out about councilor items. If people raise items under councilor items that they want staff to do, that doesn't automatically cause them to be part of council staff. Like we don't do council direction in councilor items. If somebody wants to cause a staff direction, there has to be a motion passed by the council. Everybody understand that? Okay, so you can't
not
come
sure
back
I
and say, well,
understand
somebody
it."
raised something and nobody responded to it. This is not just talking in this meeting is not the council directing anybody to do anything. This is. we
Excuse
gotta-
me, through you, Mr. Mayor, I've asked several times in council items, well, can I see that next time or can I do it? Oop, sorry. Like, I think you look back at meetings, there's all kinds of things that people have action that's come out of council items, but so I don't know that what you're saying, are you saying that's by the municipal act or something or just, I don't know. I'm not trying to argue. I just like, that's a statement that I just can't affirm, right? Like,
Well, the only, I mean, quite often somebody will raise something and everybody agrees, oh yeah, fine, we'd like to see that. I'm just pointing out to you that this is why we pass motions. We require people to move and pass the motions is that becomes a direction of council. In the absence of that, and I'm trying to avoid the situation where somebody brings something up in a meeting and the council has not declared itself in any way, shape or form, whether they want staff to spend time on
Well-
this. And then a month later, somebody comes back and says, we talked about this. Where's my report that I wanted?
well, let's go back to what Councillor Nash is saying and just revisit it a bit. And excuse me, Councillor Nash, for the monies you're talking about are the difference between what's in our reserves or give me again what the two numbers are. And again, I apologize for maybe not being as attentive
No,
as I should
yeah,
have.
no problem, Councillor Lamb. We have, last year we had budgeted, I think it was 200 or 250,000 for Ald's Bridge rehabilitation, which we were all surprised, I believe, at how much it was going to cost.
That
Then
was
we were
2
told
years
that-
ago, as far as I know.
That was
but-
2 years ago. And then last year it was pushed, so this current year was pushed till next year, the 200 or 250,000, which we passed that budget in June, I think it was.
Correct.
Well, there's documents from early in 2024, months and months before the budget was passed, that show Ald's Bridge coming in at, I'm rounding numbers, at $650,000, a far cry from $250,000. So in our budget, we're all thinking it's 250, it's really 400 or 650,000. So I want to bring that to council's attention. I got it under freedom of
sorry
information.
maybe I'm out of order here, but, and you know that? How do you know that? Because I don't know that.
Because I did a freedom of information request and got all the reports from staff, and that's what the numbers say from February of this year.
Whoa.
That's why I want to bring it back, because I want everybody to be informed so we can figure out what we're going to do.
Well, it would just come back for information, right? It wouldn't come
Correct.
back to,
That's exactly it.
yeah, it's just here's the information on the Alls Road Bridge. And I'd be interested if we're looking at 650,000 instead of 250.
Yeah, and I'm
But I
going
guess
off
what will
memory
come
when
out
I
of it,
say
is there any
650.
other surprises in there that that council should be aware of or thinking of before we get to the 2025 budget, right? If this
Yeah.
is an example, are there other things, right?
Yeah, that's all it was. It was just trying to simple
Well,
request.
I'm certainly
people.
interested in getting that. I don't know
Yeah.
what the rest of council feel on the, if it's 650 for the Alls Bridge, I'd like to know why it's 650 when it was budgeted at 250 or whatever it was.
Hello, how are you doing?
Anyway,
Okay, well,
over
look,
and out.
yeah.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just chime in for a quick second, I'd be interested in seeing that information too. We either get staff to bring it back, or Scott, we're gonna meet up. I'd like to read it.
Well, okay, I mean, I guess. You know, I would think that what normally happens is that when council when council designates something, I have no idea where this number came from. If it's, whether somebody who is, like a contractor who would do it, or an engineer who would spec it, or maybe it came out of, maybe the revision came as a result of our asset management work that the Steenhoff folks were doing, where they looked at the thing and said, oh, wait a minute, you want to replace that thing, it's going to cost this much. And of course, the number may not have been updated in the budget because it wasn't for expense this year. So, there's nothing wrong with, it's not that I don't think council should have the information, but it's not, the number would get updated when we're actually ready, when we're actually ready to do the work, right? Which would be during the, so it would be updated as a matter of course, for the budget in 2025. And I'm not sure there could be 20 other numbers that are in the same boat, and you want to know, we won't know what those are until we are actually ready to consider them, right? Councillor Bray, sorry.
Yeah, I understand that we might not be able to deal with it, but I think this is where the issues around sticker shock come into play, which is what we had with the fire truck. Right. In that, what it cost maybe 10 years ago or 20 years ago is nothing what it costs now. And we need to be, I think these costs need to be updated annually. If we're putting something off, the price is not going to stay the same. So it needs to be added, annually updated. I know that I dealt with building assessment, condition assessments, and every year we updated them to real costs, because otherwise you have no idea how you're going to manage this. And so this is one of the things that I am concerned about is that we have these projects and we have pushed them off. And of course, every year we're pushing them off to another year, or whatever. And we're not taking into account the added cost that's going to be in that year and the increase in cost. So I don't have a problem with knowing this. I don't know where this report came from or who prepared it or what it's from. It doesn't hurt to see it and find out, and then we can say, yeah, it's legit, or no, it's not. I mean, who knows where it's from? I don't know. But I think that any information is good information to help us when further down the road to make decisions, so that we're not getting into budget time and then all of a sudden we throw these things out and everybody goes, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. We have to do more planning and be prepared for these things. So that's all I have to say about it. And eventually I have a couple of councillor items if we can move on.
Yeah, thank you. I think we've spent enough time on this one. Could we move on to
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, could I say one quick thing there? just before we move on, and I also have a counselor comment, but I'll go after Counselor Bray if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I when it comes to the information that council should have, all information council should have. We're entitled to it, right? There's no point in us not getting all of it. We should get all of it.
Now, I'm not suggesting you shouldn't get it. I'm just suggesting that at this, you know, immediately, I don't know what we're going to be able to do with it. But anyway, never mind. It's we'll ask our staff to look into and see what the if something has changed with respect to this. Anyway,
Councilor Bray is next. I think.
Councilor Bray is next.
Yes, I have two things. One, I want to bring to everyone's attention is, and this poster is posted at the municipal office. It's from Hospice West Perry Sound. It's Pathways to Palliative Care. And they're holding a session on September 27th at the Charles W. Stockey Center, 8:45 a.m. to 4 p.m. And all the information is on that. There's probably is one at the library as well. And you may be able to go on to the website for Hospice West Perry Sound and see it as well. But there is a speaker, and it's how to improve the quality of life for people with life-altering illnesses and their families. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. And the other one that I've been interested in, and I'm not directly involved with the group, but at the Age-Friendly Perry Sound. And so this group has been working on trying to see what is needed in West Perry Sound in order to improve the quality of living for people aging in the West Perry Sound area. So there is a survey, and we're really hoping that people will take the survey. It is online, so I think there's a link on our website. If I know that I discussed it with previously, so hopefully it will be there. And there are paper copies. There should be some paper copies at the library, but also at the municipal office. And so we're hoping that more people will take the survey. We did a great job, the municipality of Whitestone people, when we asked for people to do the survey for the community safety and well-being. Our municipality had the most surveys of all the municipalities. So I'm hoping again that our municipality will participate in this and provide the information so that they have good data to be able to look for programs and things that will help our residents living here. Thank you. That's it.
And through you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Councilor Bray.
And Councilor Woods.
Are you able to hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Nash did you want to comment on that particular item that Councilor Bray raised,
Yes,
or are you trying to introduce something else?
No, I was trying to comment on my counselor item, but I know everybody else spoke to it, which is perfectly fine. But I went to talk at the end, and Councilor Bray started hers, so I wanted to wait before we could finish my counselor item in regards to the last item I brought up.
Well, the
And,
thing is, I thought we had finished it. I did say we will get the staff to respond with the item you wanted. What else is there to say?
Okay. All I wanted to say when everybody was talking about it was, again, it's all about openness and transparency. And I was saying I want to try and bring it forward. It sounded like the majority council thinks it would be a good idea, but some were thinking maybe it's not a good idea. And all I was trying to say is I spent, I'm going to say $100 getting it under Freedom of Information. If under Freedom of Information I got it, so it came from staff. And if it seems to be too hard or it's not something that we as council, which I don't think I'm right on, want to present at a council table, then anybody from the public is more than welcome to reach out to me, or I can post it on the internet and everybody can read the report. Right? Instead of hiding something, I'm just trying to bring it full round for everybody to see. And I think the vast majority of council was saying the same thing. let's get in front of it so we can see it instead of being surprised. That's all I was trying to bring up. I just wanted to clarify that. That was all.
All right, thank you. Counselor Woods is next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So a couple of weeks ago, I went out and checked some of the boat launches in the area. I noticed some new signage and whatnot, some old signage still up, and I know staff will be still working to try and work through everything and all of the changes. And I headed out towards Clear Lake. I know we've all heard about it, but I'm just going to bring it up anyway, so for the record. And I drove in the area where our complaints had come from. Took a look around, took a bunch of pictures. I know I said I would send out an email. I'm still working on getting all these pictures together in one thing to send them out. So if somebody wants to give me some pointers, it would be appreciated. So I just wanted to bring that up. I know something's going to come up about it. We're going to talk about some of the issues that are out there. They're not all different than what the issues were out towards Bolger Landing a few years back, Mr. Mayor, where you and I had a delegation with the deputy minister at the time. I just wanted to bring that up. Another thing that I wanted to bring up was I've been contacted by quite a few parents at the school with concerns about the after school program. And I know there was some reasons as to why things were halted for a short time. But some of the parents are adamant about us looking for someone that could do 5 days a week. And I don't know if staff was still looking into that, if there was still, like a posting somewhere looking for somebody. And I just wanted to ask those questions and see what status the after school program was at.
Okay, thank.
Who's got the mic open?
Counselor Nash, is your mic open? Okay, I guess I don't hear.
No, it's not.
Someone has the mic
Well,
open.
something was picking up. I don't know. Anyway, our deputy clerk has that after school program file, so she's going to respond, I think.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Woods, yes, we are still trying to recruit not only for temporary fill-in position for the current after-school program coordinator, who we know is off on sick leave. We are also trying to recruit for someone to supervise the program or oversee the program on Mondays and Fridays after school. We have reached out to various people and organizations to see if they had any suggestions. We have not been successful so far.
Okay, thank you, Wendy.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Lamb.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, Councillor Nash and I also in our tour of the boat launches went out to Clear Lake, and I subsequently talked to Troy Burgess, who was sort of complaining about out there. And yeah, by the time we got there, I think it was the Labor Day weekend, and I think it was on the Monday.
Yeah.
They'd all cleared out, right? I can say this, and I'm sure there's problems with noise and other things, but it was pretty clean when I went out there, and Councillor Nash. But there's quite a system out there of sand and trails and everything. So I'm sure there's lots of noise and partying and whatever that goes on. It's really an M&R area, which, I don't know what we can do about that. I guess the suggestion was put rocks up or whatever and prevent them from getting into that area to camp, but they'll just go down the road a little bit and go in somewhere else. But that is coming, I think, as a delegation at some point. For the better part, it's over this year. And so I think they would like at least to talk to council between now and the spring sometime. So that would be my comment there. The only other item I had is a councilor item. We've talked in the past about the Bolger Lake lawsuit, if you will, between the Association and the MNR. The last I had heard, there was a court case, I thought in June or July, and they were going back in August. And I know on the docket, the mayor was, on the list as a possible witness. Do we know, does the mayor know whether that case went back to court in August, or where does it sit right now? And if it did, was he a witness? And can he brief us a little bit on that? I don't know the answer to it.
I can answer a couple of your questions. But the matter the matter did not go back to court in August. That was simply an attempt to find a date when it would come back, and I believe it is scheduled to come back at some point in October.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I want to be clear to everybody about two things. Number one, this case does not involve the municipality in any way. The municipality is not a party to it. When the matter concluded, and Councillor Lamb and I were on council at the time. I don't think any of the rest of you were, but we did discuss it, whether or not we wanted to be a party to it, and council said no, they did not. So because council doesn't have standing.
Excuse me, that was enclosed, and so that's kind of an inappropriate thing to say, Mr. Mayor. That was enclosed.
Well,
that was said.
It's regardless of what happened.
No,
council
my
is
point
not-
is that was discussed enclosed, and you
Council
can't.
is not a party, Councillor Lamb.
You said the decision to not be a party
and
was made. It
and
was
you know
made,
that-
and excuse me,
you
sir,
know this, and you're bringing it. Why are you bringing it up then?
because you brought it up.
I didn't bring it up.
You,
You asked a question about a court case that does not involve the municipality. If the matter is
I never
before the
asked
courts,
whether
I-
it, excuse me, sir, I
cannot
never
tell you
asked
about it.
whether it involved the municipality. I asked simply whether it came to court and what the resolution was. You're the one that then said that we're not a party to it as per a council directive when you and I were on council. And I'm saying to you, that was enclosed, and it's inappropriate for you to divulge something that was enclosed. Do you want me to divulge the whole conversation that was enclosed of what you brought forward and what
right.
was
All right.
recommended
I-
and not recommended?
Fine.
No, that bothers
I'm simply
me, that-
trying to explain to people in a spirit of fairness and openness why I cannot discuss the details of the court case. That's all.
Well, I can tell you that I talked to Mr. Williamson about the court case, okay? And I can tell the public that you're a party of possible witnesses, and what you would be testifying to is about the municipal road grant. That is council business. Whether you like it or not, that's council business. And that's my only point is, and I'm not stopping you from going to court or saying, oh, let's have a resolution, you shouldn't go to court or anything. I just think the public, again, we get back to transparency, we get back to everything. And I think it's simple to say, I'm possibly a witness, and what I'm going to be asked about is the road grant. They're not going to call you out there to ask you about Bolger Lake 50 years ago. They're going to ask you about the road grant as our municipal council leader, right? And all I wanted to know was whether the court case went or not. You've answered it by saying it's October. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I just,
Sorry, I wasn't finished before I was interrupted. Where I was going with this was that I had agreed at the very beginning of this thing that if Mr. Williamson, who's the one that's on trial, thought that I could assist in any way, that I would, as an individual, not as the mayor of Whitestone, but as an individual, I would provide him with information. I would be happy to come and confirm things. Whether or not that will ever happen or not, I can't guarantee you. But if it does, I will go. I am not acting as the mayor of Whitestone. I'm acting as an individual with knowledge of the the situation that led to these charges. And I do have knowledge of that as a person, so that's,
So if they ask you about the road grant, you're gonna say,
well, I
I'm not
can,
here for
I
that?
can tell them about that. I have knowledge of that.
Well, you
And-
do
and so
because
could
you're
so
the
could you if
mayor.
they subpoenaed you, but
They didn't
but
subpoena
no,
you.
they didn't. But we could be, you and I and others could be, if we discuss the thing outside of the court, we could be in contempt. I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. I don't.
Oh,
I'm
come
willing to
on.
help people, but I'm not willing to. You know, if people want to see what happens in the trial, I suppose they can visit it as a. They can find out what it is and visit it as a. As a member of the public. They're open sessions, right? But to be honest, I don't know what they want. They probably will want to know something about the road grant, I guess, but that might, I mean, they may have. That's a matter of public information, of course. They don't, you know. And a road grant, it's in, you know, it's, we put it in our budgets, and not our budget, our expenses reports, you know. Anyway. I'm sorry, but I'm just not. I really can't talk about a matter that's before the courts.
Oh,
I'm not
I
comfortable.
can't. I don't know why we take muffins and make them into meals. My simple question has been answered. Okay,
Okay, fine.
you know, you've answered the question. I would like you, if you're answering questions to do with the municipality, whether it's road grant or anything else at that trial, that you come back and at least tell us what happened. I think council has a responsibility to know. It's a big group out there. We've had a lot of discussion about Bolger Lake over the last year or so, and this is all kind of intertwined in the thing. And I think council and the public ought to know in Whitestone, right? That's all my point is.
Well,
Like, I don't think we have to hide behind anything. It's a-
Counselor, once the trial is over, I am more than happy to do that because then it will be public information.
And all I asked again
But I
was
can't do
whether
it
the court
today.
case had come and if what was happening, and you answered it. Now we're 10 minutes
All right.
later still talking about it.
Well, did you want to say something, Counselor Bray? I'm sorry.
No, I just want us to move on. I think.
Oh, well.
We've discussed this. I think that we just need to stay to the questions and keep moving on. Thanks.
Well, I'm interested in moving on too. I was going to comment a little bit about this whole subject of
Mis-
what was
Mr. Mayor.
happening back that Councillor Woods had raised, but I think we're going to hear more about this officially, and so I figured we don't necessarily need to do it today unless people really want to talk about more about it. Did you want to say something, Councillor Woods?
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify a point that was made back there in the discussion between you and Councillor Lamb, sorry, Deputy Mayor Lamb. I was on council. The point you guys were talking about, I was on council at that time, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, all right. Well, thank you. I can't remember. It seems like this has been going on for so long. It seems like it was a very long time ago, but thank you for clarifying that. Okay, can we, well, sorry, there is one other there is one other council item I would just mention very quickly. Last night was an award ceremony was held by the Parry Sound Area Chamber of Commerce, which gives awards and these awards are sponsored by businesses in the community, and they go to businesses in the community for various things like, you know, best customer service and innovation and entrepreneurial you know, things like that. So it's a fairly enthusiastic group, and the businesses that belong to the chamber are mostly what we would consider to be small businesses, not even medium-sized businesses. But And I am council's representative on the chamber. I'm not a board member, so I don't vote or anything, but someone from every municipality in the area is, some councillor is asked to join with them just so that we would be aware of things that we're doing. So I wanted to let you know that there's a very enthusiastic group of people. They're growing, actually. The chamber has added quite a few members. And we do contribute, I should remember how much it is. We do contribute a relatively modest amount of money to their budget, but they operate on a shoestring, I have to tell you. And but nevertheless, there's enthusiasm, and there has been some significant growth in the number of small businesses and kinds of things that they're doing. So I just wanted to share that with you. But I think this is good for us in the long run, because it means there are more services available to us and more potential employment opportunities for our ratepayers as businesses grow. So anyway.
If I might just comment through you, Mr. Mayor. When I was on the chamber years ago, unfortunately, there was only one member from Whitestone, one single member of all the businesses we have. I don't know whether that's grown or not over the years. I think when they've come out occasionally, it really hasn't. Do you know, for instance, how many businesses in Whitestone are actual members of the Chamber of Commerce in Parry Sound? Or could you find that out for us?
Well, I could definitely find out, and I will tell you, the last time I asked, they told me there were two, but I honestly don't remember which ones they were.
Yeah. I'm not saying there
But
are
we don't have a lot relative to, Parry Sound, Seguin, and McDougall probably.
But it would just seem to me that more than one or two should be members. Anyway.
All right, so are we done with I think we're done with councillor items. Questions from the public. I only see one member of the public online, and I don't see any in the room. So are we? All right, so we will then, we'll say none, and we'll move on to into closed session. And I think what we should maybe actually.
Mr. Mayor,
break. Sorry?
I was Councillor Nash. I was just going to say exactly what you were about to say. I was going to say, before we move into close, could we do a 15-minute break or a 10-minute break, washroom break of some?
All right, let's do 10 minutes. We'll keep it short. Hopefully we can.
Perfect.
wrap it up soon. All right.
I will.
Okay, now we're gonna, no wonder. I didn't push that little button on the handheld. Okay, folks, we are back ready to resume the meeting, and we're still in open session, but our first item is to go in camera. Councillor Nash, Councillor Woods, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you good, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I can hear you just fine, Mr. Mayor.
Right.
Thank you for the break.
Thank you. All right, so could I get a mover and seconder for the following, please? That this meeting be adjourned into a closed session meeting at whatever time it is. For the following matters.
4:02.
Yeah, it's 4:02 right now. by the time we get the rest, I read the motion, it'll be 4:03 probably, but 15.1 is a closed session minutes of the regular closed session council meeting of Tuesday, August 20th, 24. 15.2 is personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees pursuant to Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239 2B. And this particular item deals with confidential correspondence from the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario. And 15.3.1, which is advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, pursuant to Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239 2F. And this is a legal opinion from Jennifer Bigger of Russell Christie LLP in respect of the Bolger Landing matters. And there's another item, 15.3.2, which is a legal opinion from John Mascaron of Air Barless in response to the preliminary ombudsman's report presented in closed session at the May 14th, 2024 special council meeting. So those are the items that we're going in closed for. Can I get a mover and seconder for this, please? Councillor Lamb is moving, seconded by.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. I'd mentioned, by the way, that the latter two items were, well, the 15.2 and 15.3 were items that were left over from our previous closed session that we did not get to. Anyway, so all those in favor of this motion, please indicate.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash. Councillor Nash, yes, are you here?
Oh, can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I had something muted that I didn't know. Yes.
All right, thank you. So
Sorry
we
about that, everyone.
We are in closed session, and we can stop the recording as of.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you for the benefit of those listening to the transcript. We are or listening to the recording. We're now back in open session, having finished our closed session. And we are dealing with matters arising from the closed session, the first of which is 15.1. I need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the closed session council meeting minutes of Tuesday, August 20th, 2024. Mover and seconder? Okay, Councillor Bray has moved and Councillor Nash, or Councillor Lamb, I'm sorry, has seconded. All those in favor? Can I hear from the folks on Zoom, please?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you very much. 15.2, there is a resolution which is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the correspondence from the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario. Mover and seconder. Councillor Bray, seconded by.
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. All those in favor of this motion? Online?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you. That's carried. I'm sorry, I'm hesitating here because I see there is a motion with respect to 15.3, which is the legal opinion. I'm not sure we need that motion and
Nope,
do we?
nope. I don't think so.
I'm gonna, I may get some pushback from our clerk, but I'm gonna say, I'm simply gonna say not but on this motion. I'm gonna think, and you know, the same is true with 15.3.2. There's a motion for it on the other legal opinion. And I don't think we need it either. Do we? No, I see shaking of heads. Okay. Do you have a comment, Madam Clerk? Acting Clerk, Deputy Clerk?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, my only comment is, and I may be wrong, the motions were to receive those as information only. And because they were discussed, were they received for information?
Well, there's nothing wrong with receiving them for information. It's just that they don't.
That's all they are.
And my thought is that because they are on the agenda, they should be addressed in
Were
some.
they on
fun
the
way.
public agenda?
They're in the closed,
No, but were the
Yes.
motions listed on the?
coming in back into open, yes.
All right, if they were listed in the open session.
Thank you,
All
Mr.
right,
Mayor.
sorry, folks, we'll go back and we'll.
If I am wrong, I will let everyone know tomorrow, and I
All
will
right.
apologize for taking
Okay, so
time.
here's the,
We don't want to get in trouble.
all right, well, we've got in trouble with our CAO clerk, I guess. So the suggested motion is that this is 15.3. The suggested motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the legal opinion of Jennifer, so now I'm missing out of here, of Jennifer Bigger, Russell Christie LLP, barristers and solicitors in respect of Bolger Landing matters and the follow-up correspondence from Jennifer Bigger, Russell Christie LLP dated August 14th, 2024. Is there a mover and seconder for that opinion, for that motion? Councillor Lamb moves. Seconder? Are you seconding Councillor Woods? Oh, no, sorry. Okay, Councillor Bray seconds. I guess the question, all right, so I'm going to call the question on the motion. All those in favor? How about on Zoom?
Counselor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
All right, thank you, folks. That's carried. So I've given you a messy order paper, but you can. It's all right, doesn't matter. The next one was that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone, this is 15.3.2, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the legal opinion of John Mascaron, Aird Burles LLP, barristers and solicitors in response to the preliminary ombudsman's report presented in closed session at the May 14th, 2024 special council meeting. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby receives for information the memorandum from Michelle Hendry, CAO clerk, regarding the above matter and request from Councillor Nash. Mover and seconder.
I'll move, Councillor Woods.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Lamb. Seconds. All those in favor, please indicate. on the phone or on Zoom?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried. 16, confirming bylaw. Mover and seconder that bylaw number 48-2024 being the confirmatory bylaw for the council meeting of the municipality of Whitestone on September 17th, 2024 is hereby enacted and passed this 17th day of September, 2024. Need a mover and seconder? Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamb moves, Councillor Bray seconds. All those in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Okay, that's carried. And one more. Now, therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at, it's 5:02 PM until the special council meeting of Thursday, September 19th, 2024 at 7 PM. It says 4 PM here, but we'll change it to 7 PM. Or at the call of the chair, and the chair is not going to call you between now and then. Trust me. So Councillor Lamb is moving adjournment. Is there a seconder for that?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. All those in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Thank you very much, folks. I appreciate everybody's collaboration. We are done at very close to 5 o'clock. Please enjoy the rest of your day, and we will see you all on Thursday evening on virtually. Okay? Have a good one.
Good night, everyone.